Good morning, everyone. I'm just doing a sound check here.
We can hear you.
Great. And is that you, Ms. Camacho?
Yes, it is. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, it looks like it is 11:01, so we will go ahead and get started. I would like to call to order this work session of the Anchorage Assembly on the fiscal year 2022 General Government Operating and Capital Budgets. It is Friday, October 22nd, 2021, and we are noticed today from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. With probably a couple breaks in between there. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Yeah. Ms. Allard?
Here.
Constant?
Here.
Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Ms. Kennedy? Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Presberdia? Mr. Presberdia, I see you. I saw you.
I can't unmute.
Oh, there you are. Okay. And Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Davidson?
Here.
Rivera?
Present.
Weddleton? I also see Mr. Weddleton. He might be muted. And Ms. Zalatel.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Camacho. We are going to be going to the administration first, and I believe Mayor Bronson, will you be kicking off this discussion?
Yes, I will, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Good morning, members of the Assembly and the public. I'm pleased to present our 2022 municipal budget. The budget reflects a total of $550 million, which is a reduction in spending from the revised 2021 operating budget of $557.5 million. These reductions were achieved by implementing efficiencies in operations and eliminating 34 vacant positions and 19 currently occupied positions. From 2016 to 2021, government spending has increased in the municipality by approximately 20%. In the same time, the municipality unassigned fund balance, which is our working capital and savings account to pay the city's bills, went from a surplus of $18.1 million to a deficit of $18.9 million. This trajectory cannot be continued. I am pleased also to announce that our proposed 2022 budget lives under the tax cap as passed by the voters many years ago. This budget comes under the tax cap by $149,000. At the same time, we have maintained our core public safety services with the same number of police officers and firefighters that have served the public so well in the past. The property tax per $100,000 of assessed value will decrease from $922 to $918 in 2022. In the capital budget, you will note that we are proposing $37.8 million, which is less than the amount of debt that we will be retiring in 2022. This will continue to improve the overall financial condition of our city. Additionally, you are receiving the various utility budgets. The utilities have presented their budgets to reduce spending and be more efficient because they recognize the ratepayers are also the taxpayers. My administration has worked very hard over the past 3 months to look for ways to make our government more efficient and less costly to the taxpayers. This effort will continue indefinitely into the future. I just want to take this time to say thank you to the folks at Office of Management and Budget and to the Anchorage Assembly and the public as we begin this process to approve the 2022 budget. Thank you very much. I'd like to now turn this over to Municipal Manager Amy Demboski.
And if I could just pause for one moment, Ms. Demboski, I want to note for the record that Ms. Kennedy, as of 11:04, is on the call, and Mr. Weddleton as well, 11:05. And also that the documents for today are posted on muni.org under the Assembly work sessions. And then also, Ms. Demboski, if you could just address where members of the public could get the full budget. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Demboski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, members of the public can access the budget documents if you go to muni.org and under departments, it's under the CFO's office, the chief financial officer's page. You can go there, and we'll be happy to send out a link to the Assembly as well. So I would like to start by thanking the chair and members of the Assembly for the opportunity to present the 2022 proposed Municipality of Anchorage operating budget today. I'd like to start by thanking each department and our Office of Management and Budget staff for bringing all of this together in such a short time frame. This is truly only possible because of the exceptional professionalism and dedication of our many incredible employees who have worked tirelessly to bring this budget together and to present it to you here today. Now, I'd like to highlight a few items. First, this budget delivers on Mayor Bronson's promise to put public safety at the forefront and ensure the safety and security of our community. In this budget, you will see the mayor is proposing a $2.2 million increase to the budget for the Anchorage Police Department. This budget does not cut any line police officers or firefighters, and it keeps the mayor's promise to put public safety at the forefront of his administration. Next, you will see a preview of the reorganization of this administration. It is designed to deliver on the mayor's priority of a more operationally efficient and effective government that is more business-friendly and responsive to the needs of our community. Our goal was to seek savings while not decreasing essential services in our community. It is also important to highlight that this budget achieved a $7.5 million reduction compared to the 2021 operating budget, which brings us approximately $149,000 under the tax cap. Now, for today's format of the presentation will be led by Marilyn Bonzoff, who is the Acting Director of Office of Management and Budget. Marilyn will start with an overall operating budget overview. Then she will move into individual department budget overviews. During each department overview, directors will be available to answer specific questions about their operation. We will not get into every department today, and the presentation will be continued to next Friday to close out the department's budgets and present the enterprise and utility budgets as well. Now, I'd like to turn it over to Acting OMB Director Marilyn Bonzoff to walk us through the presentation. Marilyn?
Hello. Thank you, Amy.
Just really quick, if I could interject, I apologize for the interruption. I want to point out that Mr. Perez Verdia has been on the call since it started, and that some members are experiencing some tech difficulties. Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Thank you, Ms. Bonzoff.
Thank you. This is the first work session for the 2022 proposed budget that was submitted to the Assembly and available online on October 1st, as stated previously. It is available in the departments, in the muni.org department's website, in also the Department of the Office of Management and Budget. I'd like to thank the members of this Assembly and members of the public for your time. And also thank you to the department directors and department staff and the OMB staff for your continued hard work and contributions to this budget and the ongoing operations of the municipality. In this work session, we plan to present an overview of general government and then go into details of the operating, capital, and alcohol tax budgets for the general government departments listed here, with the remaining departments, including utilities and enterprises, planned to be presented in the work session next week. Budget is an iterative process. In this budget, we did our best to make the best projections based on the best available data at points in time. That said, I think it is fair to state that we are likely to have some revisions on the revenue, debt service, and expense side in what we call the first quarter budget revisions that will occur in the spring of 2022 when we set the actual tax rates for the year. That resulting budget will then be called the 2022 revised budget and will become the starting point for the 2023 budget, just as the budget that set the tax rate for this year, 2021, which is called the 2021 revised budget, which is the starting point for the 2022 budget. The mayor's priorities in developing the 2022 proposed budget include public safety, an economically prosperous and business-friendly community, compassionately resolving the homeless crisis, no decrease in services to the public while seeking savings, and departmental reorganization for more effective and efficient government. This is a summary of some of the key changes from the 2021 revised operating budget to the 2022 proposed operating budget. Note that from revised, the 2022 proposed direct cost operating budget is $550 million, which, as stated previously, is a reduction of $7.5 million in about 1.3%. The operating budget positions are 2,318 budgeted positions in 2022, which is a reduction of 50 budgeted positions. The 2022 proposed property taxes for general government within the tax cap is a reduction of $1.9 million that, based on preliminary 2022 assessed values to be updated during the 2022 revised budget iteration, would translate to an estimated decrease of $4 per $100,000 of assessed value, or a reduction of $14 for the average home. We will go into further details of these changes in the upcoming slides. The budget must be balanced, meaning that there must be funding sources in the equivalent of the direct costs. This slide shows the key funding source changes of the net reduction of $7.5 million that support the 2022 proposed direct cost operating budget of $550 million. Note that $16.1 million of one-time funding that supports the 2021 is not available to support 2022. That one-time funding includes fund balance of $7.5 million in the 5 major funds, primarily from the movement of first responders to the CARES Act grant in 2020, and contributions from other funds in the amount of $6.9 million that primarily resulted from the sale of the municipal light and power in October of 2020. The fund balance for other funds represents funds that are not directly tax funded, including the Building Safety Service Area Fund, General Liability and Workers' Compensation Fund, and Information Technology Fund. Fees and charges for services are up a net $4 million, primarily due to $500,000 increase in transit fare box receipts, $1.3 million increase in ambulance service fees related to the Supplemental Emergency Medical Transportation Medicaid Reimbursement Program, also referred to as SEMT, based on regulations being signed, and a $2.2 million increase in reimbursed costs for non-grant funded related to charging the Anchorage School District for the school resource officers. Also, room tax is a $2.2 million increase based on anticipated activity. The tax proceeds from the room tax are split 3 different ways. 4% for debt service for the convention centers, 4% to promote tourism, and 4% that goes to general government. The next category that we are highlighting here are property taxes. And actually it's the other taxes that are non-property taxes in the cap. So with the change, with an increase in these other taxes that are in the cap, it's a dollar for dollar offset to property taxes. And the changes, the 3.3 million is comprised of a decrease in tobacco tax, 3.5 million related to anticipated increase in activity for auto, marijuana, and motor vehicle rental taxes, and an increase in the utility service assessments, utility in the projected utility and enterprise service assessments. A pivoted look of just the revenue changes shows that in total, non-tax revenues are down $2.1 million. And that's comprised of some of the activity that we spoke of in the earlier slide with the contributions going down and fees and going up.
Ms. Bonzoff?
Yes.
I don't know if you would prefer to take questions now or at the end, but we do have a question from Mr. Perez Verdia.
Now, throughout the slide is fine, and thank you.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Perez Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your previous slide, you were listing the reasons behind these increases or decreases. Are those listed somewhere? Do you have all of those specific items in another section that we could see?
Not in this presentation, through the chair. The revenue changes are not, the specific changes to the revenues are not included in this slide, any other place in the slide, but they are available online in the 2020 General Government Operating Budget document. There is a section dedicated to revenues, and that's where you'll see these itemized by account and then also in more detail by department that they hit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. So continuing on with this pivoted look, non-property tax revenues outside the cap are 2.5 million, comprised of the previously mentioned 2.2 million increase in room tax and slight increases in penalty and interest on delinquent taxes and anticipated property tax exemption recovery. Then still going in this grouping inside the tax cap, again, that $3.3 million increase of non-property taxes inside the tax cap offset property tax revenues dollar for dollar as previously mentioned. Other components that are included in the 2022 proposed tax cap are the population average reduction of 0.7%, consumer price index 5-year average increase of 1.3%, and projected new construction operations and maintenance costs associated with voter-approved bonds, settlements, and debt service. As stated previously, the 2022 proposed budget leaves $149,000 of property taxing capacity under the cap. So we just went through some changes from revised to proposed. Now we're looking at a graphic of the funding sources that support the 2022 proposed budget. You can see that the majority of the funding sources are property taxes at about 58% of the total. The non-property tax revenues, including taxes in the cap, amount to $197 million and are comprised of many different sources. Going around the chart, taxes in the tax limit include tobacco tax, auto tax, marijuana tax, fuel tax, and municipal and enterprise service assessments. Taxes outside the cap is primarily room tax. And then the next largest category is the fees, licenses, and permits, which includes activity-based fees from health, building, and ambulances. The next category would be the gray category, which is contributions and transfers from other funds, which includes the primarily the contribution from the municipal trust fund, which has grown in the past due to the increase in the base for the sale proceeds from the MLMP sale. Also included as funding sources to general government are intergovernmental charges, which includes charges from central services like IT, OMB, and payroll, and also dedicated services like E911 activity to funds outside the general government. And then fund balance is noted previously.
Ms. Bonzoff, I've got 2 members in the queue with questions. Is now a good time?
Yes.
So first we have Mr. Constant and then Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Could we go to the previous slide? At the second to the bottom line there, a reduction of 1.6 million in property tax revenues. What's the source of that reduction? What's the cause?
So it is the result of the calculation of the tax cap. The primary is, and it's an offset of multiple things, including the, and I don't know if you, so including the net increase for the 5-year average of population and consumer price index, the adjustment for debt service, new construction, and taxes authorized by voter approved ballot, the O&M. Those went down slightly, as did judgments and legal settlements. So the majority of those other items that are outside the cap have been reduced. And then there was an increase to the non-property taxes that are subject to the cap. That increase offsets property taxes dollar for dollar. So then those things combined net to that $1.6 million in property tax reductions. In addition to those items, we are at $149,000 under the cap.
Yeah, that part I understood. So is there anywhere in this budget that demonstrates how that's calculated, or is that just kind of a on background?
It is not in this presentation, but it is another document that is provided in the budget document in the overview section. And I believe we can, it is page, sorry.
Oh, thanks. We're all following along with the budget book right now, so it's perfect.
Pretty exciting. 13, section 2, page 13.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Bonzoff. It looks like that's all the questions for now, Ms. Bonzoff. So if you want to go ahead and continue.
Thank you. So we finished discussing the funding sources for that support the 2022 proposed budget. And next we go into the budget, the direct cost budget categories. You can see that the majority of this spend is personnel, salaries, and benefits. The next largest category of direct costs is other services that includes contracts for facilities and service area maintenance, utility costs, and police and fire retirement costs, among other things. Additionally, the next largest category is debt service, which includes scheduled general obligation bond debt from voter-approved bonds that are covered by the tax cap, and also other debt for items that are bond funding may not be available, like software and including the CAMA project. Note that these schedules may be updated during the revised process based on refinancing, new bond issuances, and debt costs based upon updated projection of activity. After seeing the direct cost by spending category, we will now move to how the spend is proposed by department in 2022. Before we do, I'd like to show the 2022 proposed organizational structure, structured for more efficient and effective government, one of the mayor's priorities. The code change will be introduced in November and effectuated in January. Much of the structure should be familiar, if not just realigned. The departments and activities under the municipal manager now include, and thus keep together, culture, entertainment, and arts venues, including the Performing Arts Center, Egan Center, and Sullivan Museum, and also Parks and Recreation and the library, that are currently in 2021 under the Economic and Community Development Department that has been dissolved in 2022. But in its stead, there is community development, under which we now have building services, which mainly represents private development, and public works, that mainly represents public development. Now to the direct cost budget by department as a percent of overall direct cost budget, with the debt service and depreciation identified separately. In line with the mayor's commitment to public safety, police and fire continue to be on the top. Public works, now housing, maintenance and operations, project management, engineering, and traffic are next. The build of these budgets will be shown in each respective department presentation. One last operating overview slide. This slide shows the positions from 2021 revised to 2022 proposed, including continuation, the reorganization, and the proposed adjustments. Note that some of the reductions and increases may be due to the reorganization, like maintenance and operations reduction to the public works increase, but other reductions may be due to efficiencies. As a side note, we not only looked at the general government for reductions due to efficiencies, we also looked at utilities and enterprise, since the ratepayers are the taxpayers and vice versa. When we get to the departments, we will go into more details, including the utilities and enterprises next week. As required by code, so what we have here is the overview of the general government proposed 22 capital budget. As required by code, the program was presented to the Planning and Zoning Committee. They unanimously supported and are drafting their memo. The capital improvement bonds, in line with the goal of the administration, are lower than the debt that is being retired.
Ms. Bonzoff,
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just first an overall comment. We have to slow down a little bit because I guess I'm used to there being a request if there are any questions before we go on. So my question is a slide back because I'm digesting this and working through it as it's being presented. I just want to make sure I understand this chart. And so as I take time to go through it and look at it, what I should be able to do is find the new departments or reorganized areas. I guess what I want to make sure I'm understanding is how do I track the reorganization and total numbers of positions and know what went into the new areas to know if there's a net loss or a net gain, and to know if it's due to reorganization or an efficiency. I'm having a hard time finding that in this chart, or do I have to do it per departmental budget breakdown and then come back to this chart?
So this chart is presented in the budget document, section 2, page 15. And additionally, for each department, reconciliations, they will show the changes from revised to continuation and then from continuation to proposed. If you're interested in a specific department's activity, it's probably best to go to the reconciliation page in that department.
Okay, I guess it would have been helpful, or if it's still possible, to highlight or maybe with color coding which departments are just being eliminated due to reorganization. So that would be just a really easy thing to look at. And then, I can go look, let's say in building services, for example, where there's a total of 96 positions and start to piece together where those might have come from. But I guess because there's two different things going on here, both the reorganization and efficiencies, I need a little bit of help with that, frankly, so I can be able to explain it to my constituents about what is the effect of the reorganization versus efficiency sought in the government budget. So it's something that maybe we can take offline or look to get in the intervening weeks as we move through this process. But I think that would be very, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Bonzoff, Mr. Perez-Verdia has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to build on what Ms. Zalatel has said and give an example on section 2, page 15. It says under building services, it says transfer 71 positions from development services to be a division in building services, transfer 24 positions from planning to be a division in building services, add new director of building services, transfer 2 engineering technician positions from project management, transfer 1 engineering technician from traffic and engineering, and so on. So I think to Ms. Zalatel's point, tracking where how
Mr. Perez-Verdia, we can't hear you. Do a sound check real quick.
Video, it'll help.
If other folks who aren't speaking, mute.
Madam Chair, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Thanks.
So I guess I was just using that as an example. I'm just wondering if there is a chart that can be created that will allow us to see where all of those changes are being made, and so we can digest that and understand, again, what is a transfer and what is a reduction. It's going to be difficult to really see that when it's laid out this way. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Bonzoff, if you want to go ahead and continue.
Yes, and I will acknowledge that this may be it is a complex adjustment, and we will provide that schedule. Continuing on with the capital overview. This is a summary of the proposed capital budget, and each department that is identified here will have the detailed projects identified in their department sections.
Actually, Ms. Bonsoff, we've got a question for you from Mr. Dunbar.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So looking at this capital program versus last year's approved sort of 6-year plan, one of the challenges is that the Public Works Department, correct me if I'm wrong, but Public Works now encompasses PM&E, M&O, traffic, and the old Public Works. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so, when we're trying to, what I'm trying to suss out, and perhaps it'll be later on or department by department, is there's been this large request in the bond, about $20 million or so versus last year's bond. And, every year we plan out the next several years' bonds as well. I'm trying to figure out what projects were planned, for example, for maintenance and operations last year in the long range plan that weren't included this year. And again, it's a little challenging because you have to sort of go department by department and then try to find them in this new Public Works department. So I guess my question is, how can we find that information? Where in these documents is that? Or is that something I can ask directly of the sort of the different departments like M&O, like PM&E, once we get to them?
Yeah, I'll take that question. This is the municipal manager, Amy DeBoski. Mr. Dunbar, that's a great question. We plan on going through those department by department, and when we get to Public Works, Mr. Wilbur will be able to answer all your questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Not included in the amounts previously noted is the alcoholic beverages retail sales tax, of which the net receipts after payment of the cost of administration, collection, and audit to the municipality shall be available for use only for funding to combat and address child abuse, sexual assault, and domestic violence, funding for police-related criminal justice personnel and first responders, funding for substance misuse treatment, prevention programs, detoxification or long-term addiction recovery facilities, mental and behavioral health programs, and resources to prevent and address Anchorage's homelessness crisis. The dedicated net receipts shall only be used to provide additional service levels above the 2020 baseline. The net receipts described shall not be used to supplant funding for existing service levels contained in the actual operating budget for fiscal year 2020, and the funding to provide for and maintain that level of service in subsequent years. The tax levy was effective February 1st of this year, and thus the programs are just starting up this year. This is the 2021 budget and 2021 this year's encumbrances and actuals that have been posted to the financial system through October 21st at function cost, which is the direct cost plus intragovernmental charges by allowable use and department. This does not show committed activity that is still planned for this year, but is not yet posted to the financial system. Next, we're going to move on to the actual department details. So that was the end of overviews for general government. Next, we're going to move on to specific department details. And as stated before, we'll start with the police department. Before, just as a preliminary step, I will walk through what we have in front of us, which is what we call a reconciliation from the revised budget to the proposed budget. This format will be used in all of the departments' presentations. I'll walk through the steps. The revised budget changes to continuation. The continuation level is basically this year's services at next year's cost. So what will...
Oh, I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to let you know that Mr. Dunbar has a question about the format, the overview.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. And I apologize. I should have asked this question earlier, although it will relate, I think, to APD, but I want to ask this question related to the tax cap. And so I know one of the proposals involves the SROs, which are on the screen here. But in years past, there has been a portion of tax cap, property taxes under the tax cap that the ASD has been unable to access because of the BSA. And I think it's usually, I think between $1 and $2 million, something along those lines. And the municipality has built it into our portion of the tax cap and collected it. And I'm wondering, was that done this time?
It was not done this time because for the school district year starting in 2021, July, ending in June of 2022, they were at their taxing capacity. And so what is presented in the tax cap is the assumption that first half of next year will have no available taxing capacity from the school district. And then assuming that goes on for the second half of the year. One part of the budget iterations is that the school district presents their budget along with their tax calculation in March. And when we do the revised budget, that might be something we would take note of.
Can we perhaps at the next joint meeting discuss that with the school district? I'm curious why they were, so what factors changed that caused them to hit their limit last year when they hadn't in years past? I guess the question for you, Ms. Bonzoff, is your office sort of in conversation with the the ASD equivalent of OMB about that question?
Yes, we do verify the available taxing capacity.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bonzoff.
And it is one tax cap.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar, and thank you, Ms. Bonzoff.
Thank you. So continuing on through with the presentation format of each department's operating budget is the reconciliation that shows the changes from revised to continuation. And what we'll show are primarily changes in GO debt service, scheduled GO debt service, GO bond, excuse me, general obligation bond debt service, changes in known collective bargaining agreements, and removal of one-time items from the 2021 revised budget that don't continue into the proposed into 2022. So after continuation is built, then is where the mayor's proposals are presented. One thing that you'll most likely see in many departments is a fleet adjustment. It is a reduction that represents savings that were identified in the fleet maintenance area. The other adjustments in the proposed budget changes will be identified in the second half, or in the proposed budget changes section.
Ms. Bonzoff, we've got
Yes.
two members who have questions. First, Mr. Weddleton, and then Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thanks. So on this slide, show on the 2022 budget, proposed budget changes, fleet adjustment negative, labor negative. But then, so the SROs, there's no dollar, that dollar amount's not in that column. So where does that flow from?
There's no change to the direct cost of the school resource officers, but a budgeted expectation of a revenue receipt. It is a change in the funding mechanism.
So
So
that
Madam-
must show up somewhere on their revenues.
Yeah, we'll get to that in APD's budget. Assemblymember Weddleton, this is Amy Domboski. Madam Chair, as we go through the budget too, it may be more efficient if we can allow Marilyn to present each slide. And then once she's done with each slide, if there's questions, we'll take the questions at the end of each slide, if that's helpful. But when we get into the APD budget, we haven't quite started it yet, but when we get into the APD budget and get through the slide, then Chief McCoy is here as well, and he can take questions, if that's helpful.
Thanks, Ms. Domboski. I think that's a good idea. Mr. Perez-Verdia, okay, has indicated that he'll wait on his question. And so thank you for that suggestion. And Ms. Bonzoff, then just so I'm clear, you'll pause after each slide for questions, yes?
Yes.
Great. Thanks so much.
I will pause at this time.
All right, Mr. Perez-Verdia, and then Ms. Zelatil.
Thank you. I think my question will likely be answered in some of the next slides. I had the same question as Mr. Weddleton, as well as a question about overtime. So I'm assuming that'll get covered in the next slides. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Zelatil?
Thank you. I guess I'm still a little bit confused on the format. So I see two slides related to police, the operating and the alcohol tax. Is Chief McCoy then, after those two slides, going to speak to the budget more specifically? Or are we going to do broad overviews of each department before we kind of dive in to the minutia of each department?
Thank you for the question. So the presentation is the presentation, the slide deck that Marilyn's going through. This is Amy again. Once we get through that slide deck, we will pause for each department or each slide. And if assembly members have specific questions on what they're seeing on the slide, that's great. When we get to the end of this department, if you have questions for the police chief as far as operations or any of those things that you're seeing in the budget, we'll take questions. So that's our strategy. Is that helpful to you, Assembly Member Zalatel?
I guess we're just used to really going into more detail with the departments. So I guess after the police alcohol tax slide, then we'll get into the specifics. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I'm timing it.
Yep, absolutely. That's perfect. We're happy to. We have our budget books. We're happy to answer any questions relating to their budgets, throughout this process. So, yep.
Okay, that's fine. Madam Chair, I'll wait till we get to that point then. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Okay, I think you can go ahead and proceed, Ms. Bonzoff.
Thank you. So next, as part of the police presentation, they are one of the departments that are providing services allowable for use in the alcohol tax. And this slide will be the same format that will show for all departments that have programs in the alcohol tax, and it shows the program and the changes from revised to proposed.
Are there any questions on this slide? Okay, seeing none. Go to the next slide, please.
Actually, Ms. Bonzoff, it looks like we do have a question on this slide. Thank you for pausing from Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, just a clarification on this slide. Can you just define for us revised, continuation, proposed? What did those mean?
So those are through the chair, those are the same categorized as we showed in the operating changes from revised budget, which is the last whole budget iteration that was approved by the Assembly for the previous budget year. Continuation, again, is the budget, current year services at the budget year costs, and then proposed will show any new changes in the services. So in this instance, the changes, so does that help explain?
Let me ask, maybe I can ask a more specific question. Under the line mobile crisis team, the revised, that is the last approved or the last, by the Assembly. And under that, there is $0. Yet in the continuation, there's 750,000, and then there's 750,000 in the proposed. So how is the 750 a part of a continuation from 0?
Do you want to do that, Chief? You don't want me to grab it? Thank you. This is Amy, Assemblymember Perez-Verdia. So what you're seeing in this is the first time you're seeing the MCT pop into the police department budget. This is proposed to be funded through the alcohol tax. When we get to the fire department, you'll see a decrement of $1.5 million. So what you're seeing here is moving the MCT over to APD to augment MIT is effectively increasing APD's budget by $750,000, but it is effectively reducing the allocation to the MCT itself and changing it to basically over at APD, but it's also cutting that appropriation effectively in half. I think that's what you're getting at.
Yes, I think that's the digging in deeper to it. I was just confused how there can be a continuation from 0, but that's what I think you've explained that. Thank you.
I hope that's helpful. And as we get to this, we're at that point now where this is the end of the APD's budget presentation portion. So if there's Assembly members who have questions relating to specific operations or what the Chief's plan is moving forward, Chief McCoy and his senior staff are here to answer questions.
Thank you. And I just, since I have the floor, I maybe I could just ask us one, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Of course, go ahead.
So the two questions are, A, we are fully moving the mobile crisis team from fire to police, yes or no? And second, is the mobile crisis team as a team being reduced in terms of the amount of funding being allocated towards that team?
Thank you for those questions. I will turn it over to Chief McCoy to talk about the first part of that question, and then I can take the second unless you want to answer it.
Great. So thank you. Good morning. This is Chief McCoy, and through the chair, Mr. Perez-Verdia. So the answer is yes. The funding for the mobile crisis team a portion of that is being diverted to the police department. And that funding will be used to augment our mobile intervention team. And again, I applaud the community and the administration for recognizing the need of crisis mental health response in the community. And I also thank the fire department for their efforts with the mobile crisis team. And I support this policy decision, and I'm confident that we'll be able to deliver these critical services to the community through the expansion of what we're already doing with our mobile intervention team. So it's the services will still be available. It's just a little bit delivery mechanism, and that's where we're seeing that funding come over to APD.
Any follow-up, Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm sure some of my colleagues will discuss this. And this may not be the place to fully discuss it, but I just recently did a ride along with the mobile crisis team. It's hard for me to understand how this would not highly undermine what has been developed so far. And so it's difficult to understand, based on how this program is set up and its relationship to Crisis Now, how this shift wouldn't create a huge step backwards. So I guess I need more information as to what this is going to look like. And I guess what I'm hearing is you've split the funding between AFD and APD, so each of those departments get half of it. Is that correct, Chief?
So our department is getting approximately half of it, $750,000. I believe the other half is going to be realized savings back to the municipality. And as we know, with the Crisis Now model, there's three components to that. One being the crisis call line, the second being mobile teams, and the third is a crisis stabilization center. And the role AFD has played was that of the mobile team in the field. And that responsibility is being transferred to APD. We have co-response teams already at APD. This funding will help augment the mobile intervention team, and we will be able to increase that capacity of co-response in the community, which will effectively serve the role of the mobile crisis team, the mobile services in the Crisis Now model. So that service will be available to the community, and we're still moving forward with the overall plan to bring that whole holistic approach to crisis response in the community.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I have clarity that the amount of funding going to mobile crisis team has been cut in half, and that the second half of that is remaining is moving from the police or the fire department to the police. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia, and thank you, Chief. We have 5 members in the queue. First, Mr. Weddleton, then Mr. Dunbar, then Ms. Allard, then Mr. Constant, then Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. So I guess I need more fundamental help here, because we've got 3 teams that do special stuff like this. One is the mental health first responders. Another is the mobile crisis team, and then the mobile intervention team. And I'm not crystal clear on the definitions of each of those. That's, I guess, a big question, might be too big for now. And then if we're moving the mobile crisis team dollars to APD, I'm going through the document here and looking for changes in positions, FTEs, and I don't really, it's not, if there was an increase for the police department by bringing the 750,000 in, I don't see it clearly in the different charts that show the number of positions. Hopefully there's a question in there somewhere.
So this is Chief McCoy, through the chair, Mr. Weddleton. So the 750,000 that's coming over is earmarked for contract services at this time. So that is something that we're going to have to evaluate whether we will utilize that money to contract with clinicians to augment our team, or if we explore expanding what we already have. And what we already have is assigned to the team as a CIT officer along with a social service specialist. We've had additional positions in the form of a clinical supervisor and additional social service specialists in the unit. So we're going to have to evaluate how we can utilize that money. But as I mentioned, right now it's designated for contract services.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Chief. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that both my colleagues, asked similar questions, but I want to drill down a little bit further. Chief, you have partially answered my question, but on the prior slide, I think it said that let's see here, two non-sworn position reductions in the mobile intervention team. And it looks like that's enough for either 1 or 2 employees. So you are cutting, I guess my question is, who are you cutting from the mobile intervention team? And then, the MCT right now, how many employees are there of what kind? And how many of those employees would come over and become part of the police department? Or would they all be laid off? And then it says contract. So then you'd go out and find a private contractor of some kind to perform some of these services. That's what I'm trying to understand here. I understand it's a reduction, but I want to know actually like which employees are hired, which employees are fired here.
Okay. So this is Chief McCoy, through the chair, Mr. Dunbar. So currently our mobile intervention team has 4 positions. A CIT officer and a social service specialist are in the unit. The 2 positions that you see being cut under MIT are both vacant. That's a clinical supervisor and a second social service specialist. And the 750 is coming back into the unit for contract services. So that's where I mentioned that we're going to have to take a look to see how we can utilize that 750,000. If we can keep and hire the clinical specialists and social service specialists out of that 750, that might be a path forward for us, and utilize the remaining 500,000 for contract services to augment the unit. Or we may want to use the full 750 to contract out rather than bring those positions back. So those are items that we still need to evaluate and determine how we want to move forward. But that's the current breakdown. Total of 4 positions in the unit. The 2 cuts you see are non-sworn, clinical supervisor, and social service specialists.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar, and thank you, Chief. Ms. Allen has withdrawn her question for now, so we'll go to Mr. Constant and then Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. A few things. A member stated that, are we moving the mobile crisis team? I want to reply back that no, the mayor's budget proposes to move the mobile crisis team. That is a policy question we're definitely going to be sorting through. I am a little disturbed to hear what I just heard, that what we're doing is eliminating 2 mental health positions that were previously budgeted, that we might then be taking monies from the alcohol tax, which are for not things that were previously budgeted, to potentially fill in the positions we cut from the other side of the budget, so that we can continue doing essentially what we were doing with maybe a small increment of an increase of 500,000 when we have been working hard to move this project to a 24-hour service that is available to people to avoid having to face, police interactions when what they really need is a mental health interaction. And so I'm curious how the administration is intending to achieve 24-hour coverage of the mobile crisis team services by cutting it in half and then cutting that half by a third to cover previously budgeted costs?
Thank you for the question, Assembly Member Constant. Madam Chair, this is Amy Domboski for the record. I think that's the way that you've characterized it, I would simply not agree with. The reality of the situation is the MIT program is one, and APD has been very successful in responding to many of these calls. In fact, the ability to do this, it's not that we're trying to shift money. We think we might be able to do this more effectively through contract services. APD is not getting out of the business of responding to mental health calls. That hasn't been achieved through MCT. They're still responding to a number of these calls. What we're saying is we have multiple duplicative services that, yes, complement each other, but in large part are duplications. So we think by building on the MIT, which we think is a successful opportunity to do so, and maybe it's through contract services, but we think it'll be more efficient, and frankly, we think it'll deliver services better to the community. So this isn't about shifting, this is about operational efficiency and delivering the service that you guys and that the community wants to see. It's not an attempt to cut this and shift that. It's an attempt to find a way to more effectively deliver the service. I think this conversation, I just want to point out to the chair, we're already 30 minutes behind in our presentation for the budget today. We're happy to have a specific work session on the MCT MIT discussion, and I suspect this will be part of the budget amendment discussion as well. But it may be more efficient to put a pin in this conversation and come back to it when we can devote solid attention to just this topic.
I would suggest that that's a fair way to proceed, is just mark it as an area where we're going to have a more thoughtful in-depth conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant, and thank you, Ms. Domboski, for that suggestion. I think that's a good idea. We'll just go ahead and go to Ms. Zelatel and then move on afterwards. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm not ready to quite put a pin in it just yet. So I do have some questions. One is, were the mobile intervention team positions in the 2020 budget? Because if so, using alcohol tax revenues to possibly maintain those positions would be an inappropriate use of the alcohol tax. So I just need some clarity if they were in the 2020 budget. And then I'd also like to know, since the mobile crisis team did not go 24/7 in October with that appropriation, where are those cost savings or those funds reflected as being unspent? And maybe that's in fire, and we'll see that, or where did they move? I'm just making sure I track the full mobile crisis team budget as it possibly moves to other places.
So this is Chief McCoy. I'll take the first half of the question through the chair, Ms. Zalatel. Those positions were in the 2021 budget for MIT.
I'm sorry, was it 2021? Were they in the 2020? Because that's the budget we can't replace with alcohol tax. It kind of held static in 2020.
Yes, I believe they were in the 2020 budget also.
Thanks, Chief.
I don't remember the second half of your question. I'm sorry.
That's okay. The 24/7, we funded the 24/7 for operations for the mobile crisis team beginning in October. That is not going operational, is my understanding. So where will those unspent funds be reflected as we move through and track where the mobile crisis team's budget went?
That's a great question. I'll have OMB back clean up on this one for me, but it's my understanding that the previous administration had determined, I think there was a memo sent to the Assembly, the previous administration had determined that they couldn't actually effectuate that Assembly action because of some sort of legal issue. But I'll have OMB see if they can follow up and give you a little bit more information on that.
Okay, yeah, I don't believe what you just said is true. I never received any notice that they weren't going 24/7. And when I visited them in the late summer, early fall, they were fully planning for 24/7. So we should be able to track that funding. Thank you.
I'd be happy to get you that memo. Marilyn or Courtney, could you help
And
answer that question for her about the funding?
yes, through the chair, the balance of the funding, because these positions were appropriated from the alcohol tax, what isn't used in 2021 will remain in the fund for use later for purposes only allowed within that fund.
Yes, thank you. I understand that. What I don't understand was the piece about there being a prior memo that we couldn't turn on 24/7 because it was some kind of unallowed use or not possible. So I would just look, if that memo is around, please send it. Thank you.
Yes,
We'll be happy
thank
to.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel, and thank you, Ms. Dembowski and Ms. Bonhoff. Are there any other questions on this department's budget? I don't see any other members in the queue, so I think we can go ahead and move on to the next slide.
Thank you. We're going to change out staff here in the conference room. If you'll just give us just a second. I think we're up to the fire department now. Thank you to the police department very much.
Good job, Chief.
Yes.
All right, Madam Chair, just for your information, here with us now is Chief Stroggy with the Fire Department, Deputy Chief Monfor, and Mr. Swanner with their finance person. So Marilyn will go ahead and present the fire department.
So the operating slide is presented for the fire department is in the same format as for the police and as we'll continue through. We show the 2021 the changes from the 2021 revised budget to the continuation include debt service changes and adjustments to known adjustments to collective bargaining agreements. And also then after continuation, we show proposed budget changes.
Ms. Bonzoff, are you pausing for questions?
I am. Do you want me to indicate that later?
Oh, that's okay. Or you can, that's fine too. I've got Mr. Perez-Verdia and then Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, I forgot to ask this question about the police, but it's the same one for the fire. So maybe you can just address both. Can you address the budget for overtime in both and whether that budget has changed in the proposed 2022 budget?
Through the chair. And I apologize, for the fire department, the overtime is proposed to be reduced.
By how much?
$800,000.
And what is the overtime reduction for the police department?
There was not one, through the chair.
The overtime budget for the police department was flat?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Next, we have Mr. Weddleton and then Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. So I want to know if the contract with Girdwood for their EMT is fully funded here. Just looking at this, I see Girdwood service area, 114 $879. And my recollection is that the contract was somewhere closer to 300,000. You fill me in.
Courtney to answer.
Yeah, I don't honestly know.
Okay, that's okay. Courtney, can you speak to this one about the Girdwood contract? Where are we at with that?
I believe the funding remains the same from 2021 to 2022.
Does that help Assemblymember Weddleton?
Maybe not, because my guess is that's about half then, but I'll need to check because I think there was a new contract.
Okay, and if you'd like,
middle of last year.
Yeah, and if you'd like to connect directly with OMB to discuss this further, we can do that.
Sure. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski, and thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The line that says eliminate one fire training specialist position and discontinue community risk reduction, my recollection is that was a grant funded program. So do you know the amount? So one, can you verify if it was a grant funded program, whether it was grant funding only for 2021 and what the amount of the grant is and whether or not it would continue?
Okay. Yes, through the chair, Assembly Member Zalatel, we think you're probably referring to the Firewise grant, which is not managed by that particular position.
No, I'm sorry. I'm referring to, I believe there was a grant from Providence on community risk. Is this community risk reduction? Is this one that was to deal with potential overdose response, or is this something else? I guess I don't know exactly what you mean by this position.
This is something. So this is a fire training specialist whose responsibilities include providing information to the public about community risks and ways to mitigate them. So this position organizes smoke alarm and carbon monoxide detector installation programs, car seat safety inspections, bicycle helmet giveaways, and things of that nature. I believe she acquires and manages small grants from, for example, State Farm, Home Depot for smoke alarm giveaways and things like that. But the position itself is not funded on a grant.
Okay, it would be nice to know at some future point what the total grants administered out of that program are and if they'll be lost or if the department will be able to absorb those grants into other work, because the things you just listed, smoke alarm installation, car seat inspections, those types of bike helmet inspections or giveaways, all very important. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Thank you, Chief. Next, we have Mr. Constant, then Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you very much. The line for the reduction of overtime, that 800,000, that's kind of a moving target, and it also might be a conversation we want to have in a work session separate from this conversation. What is that 800,000 reduced from? The proposed, continued, which budget number? Because I know right now you're in a process of cost containment, and so there have been a bunch of numbers that might be a reduction from.
Through the chair, it is a reduction from 2021 revised budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Bonzoff. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, my question was answered, but I think I have one related to the next slide. Let me get there.
We can come back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Back to Ms. Bonzoff.
Through the chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, excuse me. So continuing on with the fire department, is a presentation of the alcohol tax activity where it is showing the of this program from the alcohol tax funding in 2022 proposed.
Okay. Can I ask my question now, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Dunbar, and then we have Ms. Zalatel. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
So I was trying to understand this this slide. It says eliminating 1 filled position and 7 vacant positions, but I was under the impression if this is the MCT, when it says mental health first responders, which I thought was the MCT, 2 social workers, 2 mental health clinicians. I thought these were filled, not vacant. I guess I'm curious, which of these positions that are listed here are currently hired, and what will happen to them if we approve this budget?
I'll start and then I'll have Chief Shruggy just follow up. So when we put this budget together, this was the current staffing status. However, some of these positions have been filled since we put it together. So Chief Shruggy can go through what those numbers are, but we do anticipate, just for the body's edification, we do anticipate bringing you updated pages for the budget book in the near future to reflect some changes that we caught, frankly, after we had already presented the budget. So Chief Shruggy.
Okay, yes, thank you, Assemblymember Dunbar through the chair. So currently 5 of the 8 authorized positions are filled. Those include the 2 firefighter paramedics, 2 mental health clinicians, and 1 administrative officer. The 2 social workers and the battalion chief have not yet been filled. When those positions are vacated, the 2 firefighter positions will be absorbed into our workforce through normal attrition. The remaining 3 positions will either move with the funding to the police department, or those positions will be eliminated.
Okay, thank you. And I guess this is what Meg had asked, and so I don't want to step on her question, but we had budgeted 1.5 million if we weren't able to fill up the battalion chief and a couple of the other positions. How much money from 2021 is currently unspent out of this 1.5 million?
Go ahead.
Our current, well, I don't know our exact current number. I can tell you what we project under the current staffing model through 6 more pay periods. We expect to have spent $857,962 of the 1.575 million. Dave probably can tell us what the year-to-date actual is. It was around 360, I think.
I believe the year-to-date actual, Mr. Dunbar through the chair, is 374,000 currently.
Great, but that projection, that 857K, that is actually what is more interesting to me, because that, by the end of this budget, that's what we'll have spent on this sort of not quite fully staffed program. So I really appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. So just following up, Mr. Dunbar asked one of my questions. I know that there was the core team, and I thought that there was some integration between the mobile crisis team and the core team, plus the program that is grant funded with regards to targeting individuals who are likely to overdose. And so I want to know if this change would affect those programs. And then the other question I have is, I didn't hear what would happen to the administrative officer. I heard that the 2 firefighter EMTs would be absorbed through attrition. 2 clinicians would be either let go or possibly moved to police, but I didn't catch the administrative officer position. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Assembly Member Zalatil. Through the chair, to your first question, having to do with the core team, there's no alcohol tax funding that is currently being used for the core function. That function is being supported by our regular operating dollars plus the Restore Hope grant from Providence Hospital. So that function we hope to continue doing in 2022 without relying on any positions or funding from the alcohol tax. To your second question, what is the disposition of the administrative officer? The same answer applies. It would either move with the funding to the police department or would be eliminated.
Thank you, Chief. Then the last question I have is, were those these individuals who are part of the mobile crisis team, are they represented employees or are they non-rep employees? Thank you.
Again, through the chair, Assemblyperson Zalatil, the two firefighters are represented employees. The administrative officer is a represented employee, and the clinicians are not represented.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Zalatil. Thank you, Chief. Next, we have Mr. Perez-Verdilla in the queue. Mr. Perez-Verdilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Zalatil, I think, asked the exact questions I was going to ask, and I believe any further digging into this is probably need to be paused until the work session that we're going to do. So I'll just hold my questions for the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. I do want to point out it's almost 12:30 and we're scheduled for a break at 12:45. And Ms. Bonzoff, I assume there might be a little bit of flexibility with when we break. So I will leave that up to you to determine how far we can get in the next few slides. So back to you, Ms. Bonzoff.
Thank you. To continue with the fire department, we'll show their proposed capital improvement project budget, and I will leave it for questions to the department.
Do members have any questions on this slide? I don't see anyone in the queue. Okay, I think we can go ahead and move on. Oh, actually,
Madam Chair, thank you. So it's really helpful when we have these capital improvements to know when it says fire ambulance replacement or fire engine replacement, if you can just mention if they are due to, vehicle attrition, that would be really helpful. And if there are AFD facility improvements, if you could just mention which facilities, that would also be really helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you, through the chair. So I'll speak to all three of those items. The AFD facility improvements, some of this money will be used to do an upgrade, a technology upgrade in our fire training center. The balance will be used to augment previously approved bond authority to make some improvements at our heavy maintenance vehicle shop. So we will be doing some renovations there, which will also include incorporating our old fire station number 3 on the same campus for the purpose of light duty maintenance. The fire ambulance replacement would be for 2 remounts. This is 2 ambulances. We're not actually replacing the ambulances. A remount is when we purchase a new chassis and refurbish the patient compartment, which goes on the back. This will involve 2 2008 ambulances. The remounts reflect a significant savings over purchasing new units. A typical life cycle for an ambulance is 7 years, and these are 2008. The fire engine replacements also is to replace 2 fire engines, a 2004 unit and a 2007 unit. We have an ongoing replacement program just to keep up with the aging out of our apparatus. We didn't replace any engines as scheduled last year because we had to make an emergency purchase of a replacement aerial. These units, once replaced, will be moved into reserve status and will be used to increase our capacity when needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Thank you, Chief. We've got 2 other members in the queue. Mr. Constant and then Ms. Kennedy.
I probably have the same question as Ms. Kennedy, so I'm going to let her go first, if that's okay.
Sure. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we're going to talk about ladder trucks. Is that right, Mr. Constant?
That's exactly what I had on my mind.
Thank you.
One to the other
Well,
side. Great.
Yes, I noticed that the diagram in the budget book still shows that there is a truck assigned to Station 11, and of course it shows a picture of the aerial ladder truck, but I recognize that a truck can be a different kind of apparatus other than a ladder truck. So I just wanted clarification that there is no actual ladder truck at Station 11, and if that is true, was there any discussion about bringing one back to Eagle River? Thank you.
Assemblymember Kennedy, through the chair, it is a true statement that there is not currently an aerial apparatus at Station 11 in Eagle River. What we have there instead is a different truck which has all the same equipment and features without the aerial ladder on the top of it. This change was made some number of years ago owing to concerns from the personnel there that the aerial apparatus was too large and immobile to reach many areas of their service area. And so it was replaced with a smaller unit that is all-wheel drive. It still meets the definition of a service company for our insurance rating, which means it can do everything a ladder can do, except for it doesn't have the ladder. As to discussions about future plans, we currently have an aerial apparatus which is being constructed now. When we take delivery of that, I have discussed plans with the Station 11 Eagle River crews about placing one of the current reserve aerials side by side with the current service unit at Station 11, so that the crew could choose one rig or the other based on where they're going and what the particular needs are. If they're going to a remote area, they would take the service truck. If they are going to a fire like we had recently, where they needed the aerial, they could select that one.
Thank you. That answers my question. I think there's more discussion to be had in terms of how broad of a need we have out here. I don't want us to get so specific to just like all-terrain type stuff. But anyway, appreciate the answer and looking forward to possibly getting that aerial truck. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant, did you have anything that you wanted to ask about further?
No, just if Ms. Kennedy didn't bring up the ladder truck for Eagle River, I was going to, because I think that although there might not be some arguments for it, there are other arguments, and I want to keep a light on that need.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Chief. I don't see any other members in the queue right now, so I think we can go ahead and proceed.
Okay, I think this is the last slide for the fire department. So if there are general fire department questions for the police or for the fire chief, now would be the time before we switch out our staff for the health department.
Do members have any further questions? Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not quite sure which. I've been looking for this in here and I haven't found it anywhere. The price of oil is up considerably since last year, so the price of fuel is obviously going to be up. And I'm wondering if you have an adjustment anywhere in the budget for these departments that use a lot of fuel, the police department, fire department, and street maintenance. Is that, where would I be finding that? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Assemblymember Peterson, through the chair. That's a question that would be addressed to Lance Wilbur when we get to Public Works. He should be able to help answer that question for us.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Next, we have Mr. Perez Verdia and then Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Perez Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, I know you've spoke about this before, but I think this is an appropriate time for you to address the topic of overtime. We know that that's been a challenge for the fire department for some time, and we've gone significantly over budget this year. Can you talk to us about how realistically you're going to be able to absorb an $800,000 reduction in overtime and what that's going to do to your ability to perform your duties as a department? So if you could just address the $800,000 cut in overtime as this budget moves forward. Thank you.
Yes, Assemblymember Perez Verdia through the chair. We've been doing these intermittent part-time company closures for about 3 weeks and a couple of days so far. We're still assessing the impact of how well that's going to work, but the indication so far is that it's working well. We've seen a reduction of between 20 and 25% of our daily overtime since we started doing it on October 1st. We think that we will continue doing this into 2022. We may have to scale it up to meet our budget targets, but we'll also achieve some economies and some efficiencies through the promotion of additional drivers and officers on each shift called floating positions. This will further reduce our overtime. We are shortening our academy and hiring new firefighters in January, which will help offset some of our overtime. And we're looking into a couple of resiliency programs, which will help our firefighters return to work more quickly following an injury and prevent injuries in the first place. All that taken together, there's no question that this will be a stretch goal for us, but we are going to make an honest effort to attempt to meet it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Perez Verdia. Thank you, Chief. We'll go next to Mr. Weddleton and then Ms. Zelatel. Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. You know, you've got a cut for this executive assistant position, and it says it'll absorb the work somewhere else. So surprisingly on this, we've gotten emails from 2 former fire chiefs who says, no, he really, really needs this executive assistant position. And I kind of think, Chief Shraga, you're in a position you'd be able to evaluate that, but maybe you haven't been there so long that you can. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there because it surprised me to get emails regarding one position like this.
Yes, Assemblymember Weddleton through the chair. I am fairly new at this job. That the person that occupies that position does important work for us. I will end up absorbing many of the responsibilities currently performed by that person. And where appropriate, some of the other duties will be distributed to others in our administrative staff. It will certainly be an inconvenience, but it's something that we support in the interest of reducing the cost to the taxpayer.
Can I follow up briefly?
Sure, go ahead.
So if it turns out that and I don't know what this person does, but you know, if it's taking up your time that you find you can't meet other tasks, is there an ability to, say in 6 months or something like that, go, oh my goodness, this didn't work out, and rehire, or what does that take? Because you've got kind of a fixed budget, and particularly fire department, it seems like you have every single person is in a place that they need to be there. What's your flexibility?
Again, through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, I don't honestly know how we would approach that. I suppose if it came to that, I would appeal to my superiors to reconstitute the position or create a new position. But that would be, of course, maybe that would occur at first quarter budget revisions, or maybe it's something that we would pursue in the 2023 operating budget.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Chief. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I heard that working on a shortened academy to hire some more staff in January. And as I'm looking at the position count, are these all positions to cover attrition, or are you expecting to increase positions? Because I still see it actually as a reduction of 2. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, these are positions that will fill vacancies created through attrition, and it's not an increase in our headcount.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Thank you, Chief. Do members have any other questions? I don't see anyone else in the queue. Ms. Bonzoff, I know that we are close to the scheduled break, and I don't know if you want to go ahead and proceed for another 5 to 10 minutes. Up to you.
Madam Chair, I prefer to continue on because we do have the Director of the Health Department here at this time.
We're just going to switch out our staff. So if you'll give us just a second. Thank you to the fire department. And now we're welcoming the Director of the Anchorage Health Department, Joe Gervais. So Marilyn, if you'll go ahead and continue with the Health Department.
For the Health Department, there are 3 slides to be presented. The first slide is the operating slide, which does again show the reconciliation from the revised budget to the proposed. Again, part of the continuation changes are the reduction of one-time requirements. The Health Department's the first time we're going to see this. A significant one-time requirement that is an adjustment to the health budget is the removal of positions that are currently funded in 2021 in the operating budget, but we're moving them to the alcohol tax in part in 2022 proposed as part of the, I believe, a previous plan. Additionally, in the continuation budget are what we've seen with other departments, debt service and salary and benefit adjustments in line with known collective bargaining agreements, and a contractual change for animal care and control increase. For the changes from continuation, the changes for proposed are including a fleet adjustment and an increase of a homelessness coordinator, and ACES, reduction of ACES funding and Human Services Community Matching Grant matching funds. And I'll leave it open to questions for the department for operating, for health.
Thank you, Ms. Bonzoff. I do have 3 members in the queue with questions. First, Mr. Dunbar, then Ms. Zalatel, and then Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is actually more for you, Ms. Bonzoff, because it applies, I think, sort of across the budget, but it's most noticeable here in the health department. So, it shows a reduction of 14 folks here. But my understanding is, so it's coming out of this part of the budget, but now it's being shifted over to the alcohol tax. Is that right? And so these positions are still going to be filled. Is that correct? It's just in a different part of the budget?
Yes, they.
Okay. And so when the administration talks about reduction of positions, you know, we've reduced the position count in the municipality by 50 something or what have you. Are these 14 included in that? So
through the chair, yes.
So we're not actually, that's interesting. So we're not actually reducing the number of people that are employed by the municipality by 14 or by 50, but by, you know, whatever that other number is minus 14, because it's just they're just being paid for out of the alcohol tax, but they're still being employed by the municipality, correct?
That is correct, and may be correct with other positions identified.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbar. Next, Ms. Zalatel, then Mr. Constant, then Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note, and I understand there's some corrected slides coming. It looks like the Ad 1 Special Admin Homelessness Coordinator at 2 hours per week. It's listed as a full-time position. My guess is that should probably be reflected as a part-time position.
Through the chair, it is actually a technical designation. The position is an executive position, and so it does represent as a full-time, but the costing is at the amount presented.
Okay, so is this a move of the executive, the mayor's current housing and homelessness coordinator into this position? Because I'm confused because I don't know what the special admin 2 position is specifically.
Yes, it is, through the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant and Ms. Ms. Kennedy had taken herself out. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, that comment just changed my question. I'd hoped that this was at least a little bit of administrative support for the homeless coordinator, because it's really clear that that job is bigger than what the individual can manage alone. And I know the administration isn't interested in looking at support and additional people to do this work, but I think if there's one area that a lot of people agree is that the homeless coordinator needs support. And so I'm sad to hear that this is just simply that position and not support for him. We can talk more about that later.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I don't see any other members in the queue with questions. So if you want to go ahead and move on, Ms. Bonsoff.
Thank you. The next slides for the health department will be in reference to the alcohol tax. And we actually have 2 slides related to that, starting with the programs for child abuse, sexual assault, and domestic violence. So we have then homelessness, mental health, and substance misuse, where you'll see the increase in positions, the movement from positions from operating to the alcohol tax. And then the last slide will be what is budgeted in the CFO's department, but that the health department is more versed on the program, and it's the Pay for Success Home for Good program. And we'll leave it for questions.
Do any members have questions? Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to the Pay for Success amount, is this the projected outcome payment that will be due in 2022? And so that's, I guess, my first question. It seems high. I had heard something much lower than $1.8 million.
Respectfully, through the chair, Assembly Member Zalatel, that is the number that we are currently forecasting to be the Home for Good over the 2022 duration of that program. It's about, it's already been $303,000. We have another pending payment now to them as we get paperwork, but we are forecasting 1.8 for that program in 2022.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then I have one additional question, and it's on the previous slide. So I see the reduction of early education grants by $1 million. Was the intent there to be able to pick up the additional funding that I see reflected for operational costs for shelter, as well as those AHD positions?
So my best understanding, and my deputy's on the line, she may have more information. This was a CARES Act ARPA fund that we had some money for, and we're not going to be seeing some of that funding, but I'll defer to my deputy. She'll have clear information on this. I do know it's an ASD supportive program. So Dan Fetko's on the line.
I'm sorry, maybe my question wasn't clear. Let me try to restate, please. I see that we had early education grants to providers in 2021 as $2 million, and that it is proposed to be reduced by $1 million. Is that correct?
That is a correct statement.
Okay. Then the follow-up question to that is that $1 million being reallocated for purposes of funding those previous one-time positions in AHD, as well as picking up the additional costs of shelter?
No, ma'am, it is just again, sorry, pardon me, through the chair to Assembly Member Zaltel. Okay. That is not, it is just it is a reduction in that program that we are not reallocating. It is just, we don't have those funding sources this year as opposed to 2021.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I have one more follow-up. I don't understand how we don't have the funding because this was alcohol tax funds. So we don't.
Sorry to correct it here just a little bit. This is a proposed reduction, Assembly Member Zalatel.
Okay, thank you. Is there any rationale for the proposed reduction?
Yes, I mean, when you look at the totality of the alcohol tax, we know there's going to be a need for a lot of things, including homeless services. So I think the rationale was, this is an area where we believed we could have a reduction, and then we could have a discussion with the Assembly about how we could leverage those funds for another potentially high value need in the community.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. So I think earlier in our discussion today, there was maybe a chart or at least some comment that some of the alcohol taxes from the current year were not spent yet. And so presumably that's still going to these different programs that may have been cut. And if that's correct, it'd be nice to get this chart, but with a column that shows how many dollars were allocated but not, actually spent yet.
Oh, through the chair, yes. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I don't see any other members in the queue with questions, so if you want to go ahead, Ms. Bonzoff.
That is the conclusion of the Health Department slides.
Actually, Mr. Dunbar has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I was trying to look forward to some of our upcoming work sessions and discussions. I know at a budget committee hearing yesterday, Ms. Bonzoff, you said that we would sort of be walking through Appendix R together, which is sort of the whole alcohol budget kind of taken, together. Now, most of it is here on this Health Department slide, but I guess my question is there a separate discussion we're going to have about Appendix R and sort of the totality of the alcohol tax, or will be just broken up by department?
Through the chair, it is broken up by department.
Okay, so this is really our only chance to talk about the alcohol tax, aside from like maybe the assembly floor during amendments in November. Or is there like some other total different work session where you can envision that discussion happening?
Through the chair, yes, if that is requested.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just ask now then. So can you remind the members sort of what is the projected change in alcohol tax you believe will be collected in 2022 versus 2021? And I apologize, it's probably on the original revenue screen, but I was thinking we were going to have a discussion where sort of all the alcohol tax expenditures were put up against the alcohol tax revenue.
Through the chair, the projection is an increase of 1.4 million from 2021 to 2022 in funding.
And is that, so we know that we've collected more than we expected on a month-to-month basis, but also there's an additional, I think either month and a half or 2 months of revenue that we didn't build into last year's budget. So does that increase reflect the increased number of months, the increase that we have actually seen in the amount collected per month, or both?
Through the chair, I believe it reflects both. It is the projected full year revenue projection for 2022.
Okay. I think it's interesting. I mean, just sort of doing some like back of the envelope math, that seems a little only a $1.4 million increase over 2021 seems a little low to me. And so perhaps it looks like the people in the chat, they're saying we maybe want to have a separate work session. So maybe that's a better time to have the discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Montel.
Thank you, Mr. Navar. And yes, Mr. Perez Verdia has asked for a work session on the alcohol tax, and Ms. Quinn Davidson as well. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you. So it was my understanding that any alcohol tax not spent this year will roll over into 2022. Do we have those areas that we don't anticipate spending the alcohol tax reflected as it moves into 2022 at this point?
We are happy to follow up. I think this would be a great conversation for a work session. We can get all those numbers together for you. I think I don't know that the projections have or haven't been done on that yet, but we can certainly drill down and present that to the assembly in a work session, a cohesive work session about the alcohol tax if you'd like.
That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Thank you, Ms. Demboski. I don't see any other members in the queue. There appear to be no other questions right now.
Through the chair, may I recommend a break?
I think that's a great idea, Ms. Bonsoff. Yes, we'll go ahead and convene back in 15 minutes at 1:15. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Taking you.
Hi, welcome back, everybody. It's 1:15. Ms. Bonzoff, are you ready to go?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So continuing on with the department slides for the 2022 proposed budget. Next department up is the Public Works Department. We will have 3 slides. The first slide will be the presentation of the operating budget, and then the next 2 slides will be the presentation of the capital budgets. On the operating budget, we still have the reconciliation. We still show the reconciliation as we did in the previous departments, but Public Works is a new department in 2022, so there is no continuation amount. But we do start then from continuation to show the transfers by and to other departments. And this shows both the direct cost budget from other departments and also the position changes from other departments. And that's in the transfers by to other departments section. Then after that, we do present the proposed budget changes. Public Works is the first department that has proposed budget changes that includes increases for voter approved O&M. It also includes the fleet adjustment as we talked about before, and then other proposed adjustments that the department is here to respond to questions if there are any.
Okay, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so just Lance, if you're there, if we just go through what some of these numbers actually mean.
Sure.
So the 3 or 4 big ones, right, are the reduced non-labor contractual services, the elimination of 1 civil engineering technician, and then I'm a little bit confused by the, oh, I see, the transfer to 1 civil engineering position to project funding sources. Is that O&M from a bond, or what's the project funding sources?
That is true, Mr. Dunbar, through the chair. That is the likely scenario we're going, and that is a position that it's currently in the maintenance and operations division, and it will be moving to project management and engineering. So.
Okay, but I thought that project management and engineering was being absorbed into your department, or is that only for capital projects?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, I think as Ms. Bonzoff had mentioned at the top, what we're doing is we're taking the departments of maintenance and operations, PM&E, and traffic engineering, and they are going to be all combined inside of Public Works Department. And so I'm going to, and the issue regarding the civil engineer at the bottom of the, second to the bottom of the sheet, I'm going to take one of the positions that's currently inside of M&O and move it over to project management and engineering.
Okay, got it. So, but it isn't actually going. All right. So there's no actual reduction in number of employees then. So are any of these? So I guess my 2 questions then are any of these an actual reduction in number of employees, or is it all just shifting? And if it is an reduction in number of employees, can you tell me sort of what that employee did?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, most of the proposals that we have in here, particularly in maintenance and operations and facilities, they are vacant positions and they will be reduced. And so most of the positions that we're proposing on this sheet are vacant positions. I do have 3 positions that are currently in the maintenance shop, the fleet maintenance shop, that are proposed to be reduced from the budget, and those positions are funded out of the fleet fund. And so as we make adjustments to the fleet, we also we'll make adjustments to the staff to support that fleet, and working with Saxton at M&O and Mark Warfield, that's a recommendation that we have when we're proposing from the department.
Okay, and so my last question then is the big reduction in non-labor contractual services. Is that also a shift, or is that an actual reduction? If it's an actual reduction, what were those services that are being reduced?
Through the chair, they are actual reductions, and it is a portion reduction of our current contractual services at times when we have to call out a contractor to maintain some of our facilities, whether it be a window or a door or something like that. We have the ability to reach out to them. And I think the total, I can't remember the total amount of the budget, but basically what we're going to do is we're going to be focusing on our priority fixes for windows, doors, lights, security, and things like that. So if other departments have requirements that where they might want to replace a panel or paint a room or something like that, those things may take a little bit longer. So that is going to be the impact of that proposed reduction. And Mr. Saxton is here to help us with any other clarity on what other services might be reduced.
Thank you. I'll have some more questions when we get to the capital budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar, and thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Next, Ms. Zelatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am curious about the line reduced non-labor repair and maintenance contract service budget for streetlight repairs. Could you talk a little bit about why we are seeing such a reduction and if that will have any impact on the speed in which streetlight repairs may be made?
I'm looking for that one, Ms. Zelatel. Oh, I see it, the 157. Yes, so similarly to our facilities, we will have basically a little bit of slower response when we do have some of our streetlight repairs. Obviously, streetlights that are knocked down, or if we have some safety concerns, those will be immediately addressed. But there may be times when a streetlight repair itself would probably take a little bit longer to do. And as we're challenged at Public Works, as I think the municipality of Anchorage, is that our ability to help support some savings inside general government. One of the things that we really tried to do over at Maintenance and Operations is we wanted to do everything we possibly could to preserve one of our primary duties, which is snow removal. Streets is offering some proposed reductions in here, but the key to that is it's not going to affect the level of service that we currently provide. And so that was a target that I wanted to make sure that Saxton and his team and Mr. Van Landingham over at Street Maintenance were done. So I will add that when we're looking at all of the facilities reductions, it's about 1% of our total direct services budget. And then on our street sides, it's basically 0.5%. So, and again, we'll be able to do that without affecting the on-street services that we have. And so I can get some more information about specifically what the change would be in service for streetlight repairs, Ms. Zelatel.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. That would be appreciated because if there happens to be any or slower response, constituents will be concerned. Streetlights are something that I've had reported to me many a time because obviously it's dark quite a bit of the year. Thank you.
Through the chair, if you could, Ms. Zelatel, I just asked Saxton to jump in and add a little bit of perspective as well.
Hello, Ms. Zelatel. I think, there's been a lot of correspondence with the Department of Transportation, and we're aligned in those efforts to really give it the attention that it needs for the very high traffic corridors. So it would not impact those, but like as Lance said, the less traveled roadways when a LED luminaire or a halogen luminaire goes out, there might be a delayed response on that. It's we usually we do task a term contractor, and Northern Powerline Construction is our term contractor, and they're the one that responds to some of those calls outside of our department, but it still draws from the same funding source. And so if we can control those costs a little bit more, it's reflected in this approach here. That's all I have.
Thank you for the additional information. I appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Next, we have Mr. Weddleton.
Here, don't go away. Oh, hi. Sorry, a couple of thoughts. One is kind of looking down, it says on traffic, move non-code required position from operating to alternate project funding sources. What would be the alternate funding source?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, good question. What we were proposing is currently the traffic calming position that we have in the budget is being paid for with operating dollars, tax dollars. We would propose that we fund this position with the bond funds that we've got for the traffic calming position. It's similar to the way which project management engineering design team and engineers are supported through the bond program as well.
Okay, and one other comment too. I don't know. There's a theory of public safety out there, the broken window theory. So if you get them right away, then it doesn't snowball. And I'm kind of worried as lights go out on the streets and we don't fix them very quickly, that can kind of snowball into gloom and doom and increase crime. But just a broad thought, and I know you're in a pinch. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Okay, I don't see any other members in the queue right now. So Ms. Bonzoff, if you want to go ahead and go to the next slide, or Mr. Wilbur.
Thank you. The next two slides represent the public works capital projects that are presented in the 2022 capital improvement budget. There are bond projects. The primary federal projects are AMATs, and the other funding source is typically contributions for the fleet shop vehicle purchases and the municipal facility zone. I'll leave it for questions for the department.
Great, thank you. We do have a few members in the queue. First, Mr. Weddleton, then Ms. Alato, and then Mr. Dunbar.
Thanks. Looking through the capital improvement program for public works, I am looking for the Vanguard Road project. And I know you've got a bunch of AMATS projects in here. And there's two pieces of this. One is Vanguard from Academy heading north towards Abbott. And there's also a second one that work has, at least the study and some design has done, is the Vanguard from Independence to Academy heading. But I don't see that in here at all. And I know we've got it started, and we certainly need to get it done to as close to when the state finishes their scooter drive underpass. So it's anyway. Am I missing something? Thanks.
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, I'm looking in the capital improvement program, and I have Mr. Colhayes with me here at Project Management Engineering. I don't recall Vanguard, but Academy is a project that we are working with the state to proceed with. But I don't recall seeing Vanguard in the program itself.
Is your intent to have all the AMATS projects scheduled for the next 6 years in this list of capital improvement program?
I think if we have a capital program in AMATS that we would provide match for, then yes, we would want to illustrate those in the 6-year program, correct?
Okay. We have match for the Academy to Abbott, and I'm not positive the status of the southern part, but maybe I guess we'll just, why don't you check on that and you can get back to us. Thanks.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton and Mr. Wilbur. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 3 questions, so I'm happy to just state them all. On the 42nd Avenue upgrade, Lake Otis to Florina Street, the $2 million in bonds, will that be enough to go to construction on that project in summer 2022? The sound barrier retaining wall replacement, ARTSA, can you say where that's located? And then following up on the previous question by Mr. Weddleton on the last slides, the traffic calming and safety improvements, I don't see an increase in that bonding amount to reflect the absorption of the position. And we know that those funds never go as far as the number of traffic calming projects are requested. So I wanted to know if that was considered, because I would hate to see us take away from projects in order to move the position there. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take them in order. The 42nd Avenue project, and again, Mr. Colhase is with me. I think next year it's mostly focused on right-of-way and utilities, not focused on any construction activity in 2020 as a result of the 22 bonds. But if the capital improvement program itself does have the schedule for the construction in the outer years. Is that right?
Yes, through the chair, Kent Colhase, that's correct. The plan right now, given the structure of the 22 through 27 CIP, is that the earliest construction would start in 2024.
Got it. Thank you.
And Ms. Salatel, through the chair, to answer your second question, I will have to talk to the folks over at street maintenance and verify where the actual locations would be for next year's location for fence, sound barrier repairs and upgrades. I will have to get back with you on that one.
Okay.
And your third question, I apologize, I forgot.
No problem. The traffic calming and safety improvements, I believe this is where you indicated the absorption of the engineering position would go, but I see no increase. I don't believe any increase really in the amount that we typically bond for. And I know that that amount of bonding is highly sought after. There are always a lot of projects. So I wonder if it had been contemplated to provide an increase to absorb the position.
Through the chair, the answer is yes. And one of the reasons I recommend that we do not do that is from previous bonds, we have traffic calming funds that have yet to be expended. And so they do have plans to move forward on those projects, and the proposed support in the 22 bond for traffic calming would also assist that as we go and get prepared for 2023.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Valatel. Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Going next to Mr. Dunbar and then Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Lance. I'll say that for my part, even before this presentation, I was planning on offering an amendment to increase the size of that traffic calming and safety improvements amount. And that is even before I knew that it was going to absorb an additional position. I'll say that I'm surprised to hear that we have funds that aren't expended unless they were just from last year. And, we've got the projects in the pipeline, because it is far and away the most common sort of capital requests that I get from my district. There are, probably at least a dozen streets right now that have asked me and Pete to help them do traffic calming. And so I guess I don't really have a question there, just sort of a statement of intent, and hopefully we can find a way to get those dollars out the door. My question is, so I had hinted at this with Ms. Bonzoff before about, it's a little bit difficult to track kind of what projects are here and what projects aren't because of all the different programs being absorbed. The original 120-day memo you sent to the administration sent to the assembly did have the different departments broken out, and it showed maintenance operations at $2.7 million bond, and project management engineering at 27.3 million, and then traffic engineering at 1.5. And last year, the 120-day memo, which ended up being pretty close to what we eventually put on the bond, had about $5 million extra, more than that, in project management and engineering, but then almost $14 million more in maintenance and operations. And so it appears from the 120-day memo that we've had a very large reduction in the amount of maintenance and operations bonds, or requested bonds. So my question, Lance, is, one, do you have a list of the projects that were on the long-range plan last year for 2022 that didn't make this bond, that you could share with us? And then two, did you do any kind of rank order where, if we had $10 million more, here are the projects that would have been on the bond, but it didn't make our priority list?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, the answer to both of those questions is yes, we can get you a list. And the second answer to your question is, the capital improvement program itself has those projects that we would then look to in the following year. Obviously, Public Works and Project Management Engineering and the administration, we're aware of maybe some other opportunities of funds that might be coming to us through either the investment program. So even as little as it might be, we know that the state may be getting some additional funds too. But as it strictly relates to bonds, yes, we can provide you the list on what would be next in line. We would share that with the administration, and then we could give them some options, what they would be. And I think Mr. Colhayes has some ideas on what they might be. And a lot of it has to do with project timing. But yes, we can provide that to you. And then I would like to respond to your comment about the facility. So I'm going to let Kent jump in if he has any additional questions about the roadway program. Just give him some suggestions.
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, responding to your question and Lance's lead in, some of the projects, we did take a look at what projects that were on the initial 22 lists that are now not on the list due to the funding level. And if additional funds were available, I can list a few of the projects that we believe are high priority. And we always like to split between design and construction, just because if you get out of sequence, it's hard to catch up. But an important one is Lake Otis Parkway resurfacing between Abbott and Huffman. That's about an $8 million project, and we would propose to phase that if funding were available and do about a $4 million chunk worth of construction. The East 48th Avenue off of the old Seward Highway to Cordova, and then Cordova between 48th and International is in design right now, and that project is on hold due to funding. We could advance the design on that project for about $1 million. Some of the annual programs, pedestrian safety rehab, flooding and glaciation, and storm drain condition assessments. Those are annual projects that we just tackle the priorities that street maintenance and PM&E identify on an annual basis. Relatively small projects. We could absorb another $1 million or two, probably another $2 million in that effort. And then there's some specific subdivision design projects, Tasha Drive out in South Anchorage, Noran off of Arctic. Each of those are in early design, and we could put another $500,000 towards each of those projects for design work. And there's others I can provide as well. That's just a flavor of the initial look we've done at that in response to your question.
That's perfect, and I would love to have that in written form if possible. And then I'm sorry, the other thing I guess I didn't stress, Lance, is operations and maintenance versus, my understanding is that, Kent is sort of a different chunk of money, right? Operations and maintenance is something different. So can we get basically what Kent just did, but for O&M as opposed to roadways?
Yes, we can. I know that Saxton has a list, but we can share that with you. And I just want to point out that, like probably many departments, obviously, we are in the infrastructure maintenance and business to make sure that our infrastructure itself is maintained to the highest possibility we can. But we also just have to reflect on the reality of the financial constraint. I think over time, our sole source of funds have been bond funds, and the administration is obviously as part of their process, they want to make sure that we are also managing the amount of debt. So we have to balance primarily the only source of funds, unless we get some federal dollars, with the ability to manage our debt. I will point out, I don't know if it was mentioned earlier, that both the capital improvement budget and the capital improvement program were presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission in October. And I gave them a presentation of the projects, and they supported the administration's proposal there. And one of the comments that they had was, they were appreciative of the mayor's desires to try to target a total amount of bonds that were equivalent to the estimated amount of debt retirement. So I think that you'll get a resolution from them before you finally act.
And, you know, the list is important that Ken mentioned and the list that Saxton can provide, because if we are in a situation where we have other funds other than bonds, I mean, those will be the project priorities we would go to next. And so we want to make sure that we have the flexibility to make sure that if we have the opportunity for an influx of federal funds at a particular time, we have some shelf-ready projects and we have some projects that are easy to deliver, whether they be pavement rehabs or simple facility fixes. So, but we can certainly provide a list to you. We are always, we do have a lot of needs, but we also have to recognize the constraints that we're dealing with in totality. And I think you might hear something similar to regarding parks, but that's where I think we are at Public Works.
Well, thank you, Lance, and I appreciate that. I'll say that, you know, that's a policy decision, obviously, that the mayor and the assembly will have to come to together about the level of debt versus the number of jobs it creates and that kind of thing. I'll say that I don't, every year since I've been on the assembly, we've had $100 million in unfunded capital requests to the state. So I don't think that sort of waiting for federal funds or for state funds is typically the right approach. That my point is, I'm very confident that if suddenly more federal funds came, that we would find very worthy projects for them. But yeah, no, but thank you very much for those responses. And I would love to get that information in writing from Saxton and Kent and yourself. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dunbar, and thank you. We'll go next to Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. So, you know, looking at, and I'm on the capital improvement budget, PW1, and I think for some of these annual programs, like Ken had said, railroad crossings, alley paving, and so on, it would be helpful to have a column that shows how much bonding is approved but not yet spent on those. Is that, and you might have addressed that, is that something that's easily available?
Yes.
Okay, so this same chart with that column would be helpful, because, you know, it fleshes out, you know, if we have, I don't know, just know what that order of magnitude is. Do we need to put another 500,000 on for the railroad crossings if we've got, then we have 400,000 sitting there from last year or something. So it would help bracket that. And then one other is the deteriorated properties remediation. And I think we have an account for that, which we had set up, and as we get paid back for remediation, it goes in there. It's just sort of a revolving fund, but it can be years before it's replenished. And can you tell me how much is in that fund now?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, I cannot, but I'm actually, Ms. Bonzoff has given me the nod that she actually would know that.
Through the chair, my understanding is there's about $180,000 in the nuisance property remediation fund. And I believe that if it's not already presented to the assembly for appropriation, it may be within the next couple of assembly meetings.
When you say for appropriation, what does that mean?
So it'll be, through the chair, so it'll be available for use. My understanding is there's a current need for funds for a roof project.
Okay, so that leads on this CIP program. It shows 900,000 from the state in 2024, but nothing else to replenish that. So is that something we can replenish through bonds? Silence means yes.
Mr. Weddleton, this is Lance. I'm not following your question because I'm not finding the $900,000.
Oh,
you're looking at.
I'm looking at PW4 on the capital improvement program, 6-year program, and it's.
Thank you.
It says deteriorate prop. Maybe that's a different fund, but.
Through the chair, I think the deteriorated properties remediation, that state grant request would be above any receipt of funds we would see through the deteriorated property program that the municipality has. That would be an additional request.
Okay, so how can we replenish the nuisance property remediation fund? Can we throw in 400,000? I mean, we have a lot of need for that. I hate to see it go to zero and we're back where we started 2 years ago.
Mr. Weddleton, I think, let me prepare a different response for you because there's a couple pieces I think we could deal with. One of them is we do have a lot of deferred maintenance programs that we support through our bond program, which are heavy capital improvements. And then there is the deteriorated properties program. We typically don't use that for heavy capital improvements on our facilities, but let me regroup on that one and I'll get you a better response because I'm going to have to coordinate with real estate as well.
Okay, I might have the wrong term. Maybe this deteriorated properties remediation is some other thing. Maybe we know we have something that has environmental issues and it's that. So my concern is this nuisance property fund and just making sure that that's got money in it so that we can do the job we're supposed to do. So maybe if you could put that in there, just how do we get more money in there when we run out?
Okay.
Thank you.
Chair LaFrance, this is Lance. I did not hear your question.
Actually, I was just stating, Mr. Wilbur, that there don't appear to be any assembly member questions at this time, and I think that you can go ahead and move on to the next slide. Thanks.
So this is the moment where we are done with Public Works Department. If there's any assembly questions relating to Public Works, now would be the time, or we're ready to switch out staff to transit.
Okay, final call for questions from assembly members regarding Public Works. I don't see anyone in the queue, so I believe Ms. Demboski, we can go ahead and move on.
Thank you, Chair LaFrance. All right, we're going to change out here. Thank you to everybody at Public Works. Now Jamie Acton with Transit is with us, and Marilyn will go ahead and start on that section.
Thank you. For public transportation, there are two slides. One is the operating reconciliation. The other is the proposed capital budget. The operating reconciliation does have an adjustment for bond debt service, the two continuation, and also the known collective bargaining agreement adjustments. And the proposed budget changes are just reallocations of fundings from identified projects. And I'll leave it for the department questions.
Do members have any questions? Mr. Weddleton?
I guess this is, there's a note here, reallocate funding from Glacier Valley Transit to maintenance improvements and bus stops. We had, I think it's $20,000 last couple of years going to Glacier Valley Transit to help cover their operations, which is a sense of fairness because everyone at Girdwood is paying towards this, but this is a small return for them. Is that 20,000 gone?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, this is Jamie Acton. The money from Glacier Valley Transit is still in the budget. It's being proposed to be reallocated for transit expenses rather than Glacier Valley expenses.
So Glacier Valley Transit at this point should not expect 20,000. Is that what I heard?
Based on the proposed budget, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To follow up on Mr. Weddleton's question, Ms. Acton, can you remind me, doesn't People Mover receive AMATS monies related to maintenance and improvements of bus stops? And is that funding just not sufficient enough that we would need to reallocate this about $20,000?
Through the chair, the money that we receive for bus stop improvements comes from the Federal Transit Administration through a program that's called 5307. At this time, what we are seeking to do with the $20,000 with Glacier Valley Transit would be to utilize that money as a match towards that program. There's an 80-20 match, local match that's required, and this would allow us to utilize more of our 5307 funds for the bus stop improvements.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Can you tell me what the expected increase is by allowing the $20,000 match?
So at an 80-20 match, for every 80 cents, we spend 20 cents essentially. So we're looking at a capital program at this point. I believe for next year is around 200,000 at this time for bus stop improvements. So the additional 20,000 would allow us to leverage quite a bit of money at this point.
And if I may, one more follow-up, Madam Chair, on the same topic. Do we have significant deferred maintenance or a capital improvement list, something like a capital improvement list for maintenance and improvements for bus stops that we're needing this additional funds in this coming year specifically?
Yes, through the chair. We are at this point looking at our bus stop inventory. There's over 600 bus stops throughout the system, and we need to do an ADA assessment of all of those facilities. And this money would help us bring a significant number of bus stops up to ADA accessibility that have historically been grandfathered in to the system that are not accessible. So as an accessible system and as a federal recipient of funds, our goal is to become in as much compliance as we possibly can with those bus stop improvement dollars.
Thank you. I appreciate the additional information.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Thank you, Ms. Acton. I don't see any other members in the queue for questions at this time, so I believe we can go ahead and move on.
This is Marilyn. I'll present the public transportation capital slide open for assembly questions.
I don't see any questions right now.
Thank you. The next department that's up. Thank you to the Public Transportation Department.
Actually, Ms. Bonsoff, we do have a question from Mr. Dunbar. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hit the button quite quick enough. So digging into the public transportation budget a little bit more, there does seem to be a fairly significant change in the marketing customer service department, 49% reduction. Is that just driven by revenues? And can you explain sort of what the service changes will be based on that reduction, if any?
Through the chair, I'm looking for that piece right now.
PT11 is the page on our budget book.
Thank you.
Going from 255,000 to 129,000.
So we're not, through the chair, we're not anticipating any major service interruption through marketing and customer service at this time. We're not losing any positions. The reduction, I believe, is in, I know one of our grants came in a little bit lower from the state than we were anticipating. That funds the marketing side of the house. But at this time, I'm not anticipating any major changes based on that reduction.
Okay, Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar and Ms. Acton. Looking again for any members here in the queue, and I don't see anyone. I believe we can go ahead and move on.
We're switching departments to the municipal manager. The municipal manager department has one slide, and it is for the operating budget. It starts with the continuation changes, of course, and the one-time requirement reduction of 2021 recovery of prior year workers' comp and GL settlements, and the increase for debt service or adjustment for debt service and collective bargaining agreements to get to continuation. And included in the municipal manager department itself is a transfer of the equal opportunity division from equity and justice, an admin officer from economic and community development, and then also the culture, entertainment, and arts and venues from economic and community development, which is the major municipal facilities, including the Sullivan Arena and the museum costs. And I will leave it to the department for questions.
Do Assembly members have any questions at this point? I don't see anyone in the queue, so I think you can go ahead and move on. Actually, Ms. Zelatel, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to hear what prompted or what the impetus for transferring culture, entertainment, arts venue, and the management of those facilities to the municipal manager's office. Are we looking at a particular change in tact, or is this just a simply structural, and we shouldn't expect any significant differences in what we see outwardly?
Thank you for the question, Assemblymember Zalatel, through the chair. This is Amy Dabowski. This is a structural change over the years. I think under Begich, OECD had this function, and then under Sullivan, it went back under the municipal manager. Under Berkowitz, it came back out, and now it's going back in. Functionally, the same person is doing the work, but we do in the municipal manager's office a lot of contract work, and so it made sense for Renee to stay in our office. And so what you'll see with this reorganization, I just want to highlight a couple of things. OECD itself is being split into a couple of different departments. The contract management portion, which is this culture, arts, and venue, isn't functionally going to change. It's just going to be housed in the municipal manager's office. The I team is going to be shuffled over to IT because we think that's a more effective streamlining of services. The GIS component of what was OECD is going over into community development because then, again, that's a realignment of services, and it really leverages who GIS works really closely with. So hopefully that gives you a little bit more big picture context to why these moves are happening. But functionally, I don't think you're going to see any real significant changes in the employees that you deal with or the operations as they embark on their tasks.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Domboski. And may I ask a follow-up question, Madam Chair?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. On the line, that's the transfer of the equal opportunity from equity and justice. Does that transfer to the municipal manager's office? I guess I just want to make sure that has been reviewed, that it meets all of the requirements that we need under federal funding and the like for its position. I was under some understanding that it did have to have that it had to sit be situated in such a way as so that it was able to have some independent review of various programs. So I wanted to make sure that that analysis had taken place, and if it has, that's great. But I just wanted to raise that as a potential concern.
Thank you for that question. Through the chair, Assemblymember Zalatel, the Department of Law did review the structure, and they're in the process of developing the AO for it, but they have reviewed it, and this is legally sufficient. And as I said before, you know, the discussions that I've had with the staff in this particular office, they asked to be put under the municipal manager's office. And I feel they can operate independently and do their job. I'm there for support and to ensure that they have what they need to be effective and carrying out their mission. So again, I don't anticipate any functional change in how they do their job. This is simply a reorganization to fully support the missions of each independent division.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. As that AO moves forward, if the attached memorandum could specifically call out legal's conclusions with regard to that, I would find that very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Pausing for a moment to see if any other members, assembly members, would like to get in the queue for questions. Anyone else right now? So to go ahead and move on, Ms. Bonhoff.
Thank you. The next department is the Parks and Recreation Department, which will have 3 slides: operating, alcohol tax, and capital. On the operating side, we see the continuation budget changes with what we've seen before, debt service and known collective bargaining adjustments. Next, from continuation, we have a transfer from the library department. And then after that, the proposed budget changes do include voter approved bond O&M and the fleet adjustment. And I'll leave the operating slide open for questions for the department.
Do assembly members have questions? Seeing no one, Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Josh, you're there?
Yes, through the chair, I'm here.
So I have a question about the community work service program. So here it's being eliminated, but I have heard you speak on this before. You did a presentation to the Park Foundation, and it sounded like the program wasn't being eliminated, but it was being restructured. And so can you explain to me if CWS is being continued, and you know, how should I interpret what I'm seeing here, basically?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Mr. Dunbar, and through the chair. Yes, the program is not being eliminated. We found a cost-effective approach to deliver the same service by directly inserting the CWS program into our horticulture program. We will maintain the administrative lead associated with the program, so they will still have the interface with the court systems for us acquiring clients that need to perform community work service. They will continue to do that, and leadership and guidance for their efforts throughout the municipality of Anchorage will be done through horticulture and through Local 71 staff, which is very similar to how it operates now. So they help with a variety of things throughout the Anchorage Bowl, and that will all continue in the same capacity.
Okay, and can you remind me where, somebody had asked me this, I know you'd said it, but I forgot, where is the program being housed now? It's not over at horticulture, it's somewhere else, right?
Correct, and Through the chair, that also provides additional opportunities as well. They are currently housed within the Anchorage Cemetery, and they will be moving and be relocated to horticulture within Russian Jack Springs Park. And the great opportunity that this provides is it provides additional indoor floor space for the cemetery operation that will become a revenue source for their operation there, because they'll be able to have indoor events associated with the things that do happen at the cemetery.
And I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I have two quick follow-ups to that.
Yes, please go ahead.
So when you refer to horticulture, you're talking about here at Russian Jack Park, right? Or is there another horticultural building I don't know about?
Through the chair, that is correct, Mr. Dunbar.
Okay, great. And so we have received a number of emails about CWS, about reducing employees. So the program is staying. These 3 employees, are they just, laid off essentially, or are any of them being transferred to horticulture, or any of them have the opportunity to be hired by horticulture? Or are these 3 employees basically just, they are no longer, the department feels they no longer want to use their services and they're going to shift the program elsewhere?
Thank you. Through the chair, for accuracy, it's 2 positions within community work service. And yes, the positions will be going away. They are represented employees, so they may have bumping rights for lateral positions within Local 71. And in addition to that, we have a lot of turnover. We have a lot of staff associated with our maintenance and horticulture operations, and there's always positions that are available for people to apply.
Okay, and I'm sorry. So, and what does the 3rd employee, the recreation supervisor, it's being reduced? What do they do?
Well, thank you, and through the chair. Currently, they don't do anything. This position has been vacant for some time, and the operations at both the Spenard Recreation Center and the Fairview Recreation Center serve the public well. It became clear to management that they don't need this position. Therefore, we are eliminating it because they function just fine without it.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. So, excuse me. So I'm looking at the library, and the library, I think now says it has 96 positions, and it moves to Parks and Rec. Oh yeah, here it is. I'm sorry. It's PR 27, and you have 89. So can you talk about the impact of that 7-person drop?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, that is actually the reduction of positions, one-time positions that were funded in 2021. And you'll see the movement of some of those going to the alcohol tax.
Okay. All right. So effectively they would be in the, I think, okay, they would be in the library like they are now. It's just funded from a different place. Okay. I have one more if I can.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so looking, there's a lot of savings transferring half of the pool costs to the school district. Do they know that? And what if they say no?
Sure. Through the chair, and thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I think they have a general idea that it's coming. The specifics have not been determined yet, but we will navigate that, and I will rely on assistance from Ms. Dembowski on this topic as we do navigate that with the school district.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton and Mr. Durand.
Yeah, we had someone speak who didn't identify themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Sorry, that's Courtney Peterson, OMB analyst. Thanks, Courtney.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this slide? Seeing none, we can go ahead and move on to the next slide.
The next slide for the Parks and Rec Department is the alcohol tax. Again, it shows movement from 2021 revised to continuation to proposed. And this is where you can see the library positions that were previously funded in 2021 with one-time fund balance are now moved from operating to the alcohol tax.
Ms. Zalatel has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the first line there, early literacy specialist, I see that it went from 94,000 up to 119,000. Is there some specific thing driving the additional costs? I see it's still one position.
Through the chair, this brings the full year costing for that position. Whereas
Got it. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
That's fine. Thank you. Excuse me.
So this just reflects a full 12 months instead of starting in February, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Any other questions from Assembly members on this slide? Okay, I don't see any, so we can go ahead and move on to the next.
The last slide for the Parks and Recreation Department is their capital improvement budget as proposed for 2022.
Do members have any questions? Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is interesting because it's not just the bond. Obviously, there's state and federal on here. I assume the 1.6 million to Fish Creek is AMATs and Tony Knowles as well. I'm curious about the $2.3 million in state funding for the downtown library. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Is there a match? Do we have enough to go forward? Is there actually plan to build or renovate a downtown library this year?
Amy?
So the library director is on, Judy Elledge is on, and Sammy is here who can answer questions about the downtown library. I know Courtney has some information specifically about the funding. I don't have it at my fingertips. Do you have it, Courtney?
Yes, through the chair. This is Courtney Peterson, and the downtown library is in the capital book under PR-15, and it does highlight some funding sources, the endowment that was received, and the additional funding that is needed. And so this state funding request identifies that last piece that we would be requesting, and I believe there is still roughly $2 million that the Anchorage Library Foundation has said that they would raise as part of the overall funding.
Right, and just to tack onto that, that's Amy Dabowski. Part of the original agreement, it's my understanding that they were supposed to raise a certain amount of private funds to be able to help with the ongoing operational costs of a downtown library. Those private funds to this date, I don't believe have been fully realized, but I will defer to the library director to see if she has anything she'd like to add about the potential of a downtown library. Judy? Judy, you gotta unmute.
I'm sorry. Yes, we were, we met recently at 3 of the locations being considered, myself, Jacob Cole, Assistant Director, Sammy Graham, and I do understand that that the mayor has had quite a bit of communication with the foundation. This is one of their #1 projects. Larry Baker has met with us, and I know that he has talked to them about it. So we are in the process of at least trying to choose the site this year. I'm not as familiar with the additional funding, but I do know that we're probably not going to go ahead and do something unless we have the funding. But I do know that we had the $12 million that was donated, and we are looking at sites and deciding on those sites that the city already owns, and it would be renovating those to fit the new downtown library. Sammy might have a little more information on, I have not heard that about the foundation offering to raise the other 2 million, but I've only had one meeting with them. So Sammy may be able to answer that better than I am, but I do know that it's a priority with the foundation and the mayor, and so we have started the process.
Thank you, Judy. That's good. All right, thank you. That's it from the administration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar, did you have any follow-up?
Well, I guess I just, the $2.3 million in state funding, that my understanding, that's not in hand. That would be something we would ask the legislature to include in a capital budget next year. That's what I'm hearing. And in which case, you know, it's to me that it's been very challenging to get state capital money. So I will be curious to see if we are able to get that done, but certainly a worthy project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constance?
I think Mr. Dunbar kind of zeroed in on what I was looking at. I don't know that we're going to be seeing 2.3 million from the state. So it's a good idea, but it'll be a miracle.
Thank you, Mr. Constance. Okay, I don't see any other assembly members in the queue with questions. So we can go ahead and move on to the next slide, please.
Thank you to the Parks Department. Next up is the Community Development Department. We will be presenting one slide for that department.
We're going to just take a second here to change out our staff. Thank you to the Josh Durand in the Parks Department. And we have Ron Thompson, Adam Trombley, Lance Wilbur here, and Maury Robinson's also here with the community development. Go ahead, Marilyn.
Thank you. The community development is a new proposed department in 2022, and it is comprised of transfers from economic and community development, public works administration, that you can see the direct cost and position movement identified in the section that says transfers by 2 other departments. And then additionally, the department has a proposed budget change. And I'll leave leave that for a department question.
Do any assembly members have questions? Okay, I don't see anyone in the queue, so I believe we can go to the next slide, please. Thanks.
Thank you to the department. The next department up is Building Services, and it too has one slide, and it is a new department proposed for 2022. And the transfer, you can see the movement from other departments to create the base of this department are identified in the transfers by 2 other departments, including a new building services director, transfers from development services and planning, and then a couple other positions from a couple other departments, and then additionally there are proposed budget changes. And I'll leave it for the department question.
Any questions from assembly members? Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on the proposed budget changes for 2022, where it proposes to eliminate positions, what I would like to know for each of those eliminations, even if it's meant to right-size current staffing levels, is how much how many years of expertise are we losing with each one of those proposed cuts? So I don't know, and this could be followed up in writing offline. It might be easiest how long, the right-of-way engineering technician 3 has been with us and the like, because my understanding is that nearly every one of these positions are experts at what they do. And so I really want a sense of the expertise we might be losing. And again, if you don't have that information right in front of you, I'd be happy to take it offline via an email. Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Zolotel, Adam Trombley here. The right-of-way engineer is a vacant position, and so we won't be losing anybody, but I can follow up in writing on the years of the folks that will be gone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. Got a couple questions. One is I noticed a code abatement inspector cut, and boy, I can't imagine that. I mean, it seems like there's so much. I know they have looking at the results in the back, really good records of getting on things quickly, but I'm dealing with any constituent. I've never heard that they had a sense that they were.
Through the chair, this
seems like a valuable position.
Through the chair, Assembly Member Weddleton, this is Ron Thompson. The building inspectors and the code abatement inspectors are in the same classification spec. And so when you do layoffs, you have to grab the lowest position on seniority. It happens to be a person in code abatement, but that also allows us to rotate a staff out of building inspections over into code abatement. So we will not be losing a code abatement person. It just happens to be the lowest man on the seniority happens to be in code abatement now, and we will transfer another position over into code abatement. Hopefully that answers your question.
That answers my question, and it's unbelievably hard for any of us to look at this and know what it means. So, thank you. So, with all that stuff going on, I thought I saw somewhere, and it might have been in the summary, footnotes in the summary at the beginning of this document, but under planning, are we in planning or?
Yes, Adam Trombley here. Yeah, we can talk about planning.
Oh, okay. I thought I saw somewhere that there was money for the Girdwood plan. I don't see it called out here, but somewhere in here I saw mention Girdwood plan. Do you know the status of that? Are we going to help fund that?
Through the chair, this is Ron Thompson. I believe that 25,000 came from this year 2021's budget and was put in 2021 and not put in the budget for next year because it wasn't a continuing fund number or needed fund or asked for number.
Okay, so maybe that's what I saw then. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions. The first is with regard to the electrical inspectors, the mechanical plumbing inspector, and the structural inspector. So, one of the biggest complaints we hear from, or I should say concerns we hear from industry is that, it takes a long time to get these services done sometimes. And, it's time is money for people in our construction industry, right? And often they're waiting for our inspections. And so I guess my question is, what reduction in service or increased delays can we expect for building when we are, we're not changing the code. These inspections still have to be done. So what kind of delays can we expect from this reduction in workforce?
Mr. Dunbar, through the chair, Adam Trombley. There'll be no impact to service. Industry standards shows across the board nationwide that inspectors should be able to do anywhere from 10 to 12 inspections a day. Currently, our inspectors are doing 4, and there's just not the workload for them now, or as ACDA gave in their presentation about a month ago, we expect building to remain flat. So we'll be able to meet the demands of industry.
Okay. And then my second question is reducing the senior planner from 1 FTE to half FTE. Who is that and what do they do? Well,
Again, through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, the reason that we're going from 1 to half is that the individual, I won't, if you want her name, I'm happy to do that and I'll send you an email. But she wanted to go to part-time and it ends up that she switched into a managerial position. So that position is now actually vacant. So she is still full-time in a manager position. So that's why you see that, reduction.
Okay, great. No, that's fine. I don't require her name in that case. I think I can puzzle it out, but I also was just sort of curious what that person did, but no, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Do any other assembly members have questions on this slide? Seeing no one else in the queue, we can go ahead and move on to the next page.
The next department is the real estate department. And there is one slide for the real estate department. The one change for continuation is the known collective bargaining agreement salaries and benefits adjustments to get to continuation. And then there's non-labor reductions proposed for the 2022 budget. And I'll leave it open for questions to the department.
Any questions from assembly members at this point? Okay, I don't see anyone in the queue, so we can go ahead and move on.
May I recommend, through the chair, this is Marilyn Bonzoff, may I recommend a break at this time?
Good. When do you come back, Ms. Bonzoff?
15 minutes, please.
So at 2:40.
2:45, please.
Great. Okay, so we'll take a break and we'll come back at 2:45. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. I can make it.
Okay, it's 2:45. Welcome back, everybody. Before we get started, I do want to note that the first public hearing for the budget will be this coming Wednesday, October 27, at the regular assembly meeting. The second public hearing will be on November 9th. And then on Wednesday, on the 27th, for items 14A to 14J, it's the intent of the chair to open the budget public hearings at 8 p.m. so that members of the public have some idea of when they'll be able to testify. And then I'll also note that the budget work session will continue next week, Friday, October 29th, from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. and it'll be fiscal year 22 utilities, enterprise, budgets, and legislative program. So with that, Ms. Bonzoff, would you like to continue?
Yes, thank you. So the next department up is the Chief Fiscal Officer with one slide for the operating budget changes. The revised, starting with the revised, the continuation changes are primarily reduction of one-time projects from 2021, debt service from the stormwater utility. Additionally, a continuation changes the known collective bargaining changes for and salary adjustments for continuation. Next are for the proposed changes are reduction in non-labor. And I'll leave it open for department questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bonzoff. Any questions from assembly members at this point? Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. On the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation, what was that 50,000?
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. The 50,000 was a previously budgeted number to fund a grant to AEDC that we will not be carrying forward in 2022.
That was the Chief Fiscal Officer,
Oh, I apologize.
Thank you.
I guess follow up. So we make a pretty substantial contribution to AEDC. Is that going to be decreased at all?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, this is Amy Demboski. In this proposed 2022 budget, you will notice that the contribution to AEDC is not being proposed.
So zero contribution to AEDC, because it was about $250,000, wasn't it?
It was spread amongst multiple departments, and you'll see those decrements as we go through multiple departments. I think there's a couple in the utilities budgets as well. So I don't know the total number off the top of my head, but you will notice that the contributions are being proposed to be eliminated in the 2022 budget.
Okay. Have they been told that?
I'm not sure if they've been told that or not, but I do have an email to Mr. Pop that's half drafted in my email inbox, so he will definitely be notified today.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one addition to that, Amy, if you could, if we could get back what that total is, what the total contribution to AEDC, I would appreciate having that number. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. I don't see any other members in the queue right now with questions, so we can go ahead and move on.
Thank you. The next department up is the Finance Department. For the Finance Department, there will be two slides. The first slide will be the operating. We'll present the operating budget. The one continuation change for the Finance Department are salaries and benefits adjustments in alignment with known CBA changes. Next, we have transfer by and to other departments, a transfer of the camera maintenance budget for new servers and software from Property Appraisal Division to Information Technology Department. And then the proposed budget changes are identified next, and I will leave the leave it for department questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from Assembly members? No one's in the queue right now, so we can go ahead and move on.
The next slide for finance and the last slide for finance is the alcohol, the use of the alcohol tax. And this slide shows the change from the 2021 budget to the proposed, which is just a continuation change, adjusting the labor to full year costing for 2022.
Thank you. We have two members with questions. First, Mr. Dunbar, and then Ms. Zalatel.
I'm just making sure I'm understanding this right. If you go back to the previous page, said a previous slide, it says eliminate one tax enforcement officer, but that's just being transferred over to the alcohol tax, correct?
This is Dan Moore from Treasury. No, that's incorrect, Mr. Dunbar. There are two positions, two full-time positions in Treasury that are being deleted as part of the 2022 budget. Both of those positions were higher level and both of them were vacant. So the positions referenced in the alcohol tax are ones that were hired about a year ago, and they were, I guess, at the beginning of this year. And those are still there. There's no change to those two positions for alcohol.
Got it. Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. Mr. Moore answered my question as well.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. No one else is in the queue, so we can go ahead and move on.
Thank you, Finance Department. The next department up is the Purchasing Department. The Purchasing Department will have one slide for the presentation. It includes salaries and benefit adjustments with the known CBAs for continuation. Transfer of two positions to the Public Works Department and some non-labor reductions for the proposals. And I'll leave it open for department questions.
Any questions from Assembly members? I don't see any, so we can go ahead and move on.
Thank you, Purchasing Department. We'll shift to now the Information Technology Department. We'll give a little time for reshuffling of staff, please.
Thank you to Finance.
Yes, thank you, Finance.
You're welcome.
So we have now the Information Technology Department with two slides, one for operating, one for capital. The operating adjustments are just the standard continuation level with the salaries and benefits. Next are transfers by and to other departments, which include the increase for the CAMA maintenance that was reduced in the Finance Department, the transfer of I-team from the Economic and Community Development Department, which includes labor and, or pardon me, positions, which are labor and non-labor. And then also the transfer of payroll division from IT to the HR department. And then the next section includes the proposed budget changes. Additionally, with the IT department, within the IT department is about $10 million of depreciation and amortization that is not included in the appropriation, but it is included in the budget. And I will leave it open for questions for the department, excuse me.
Thank you. Any questions from Assembly members? Okay, I don't see anyone in the queue, so we can go to the next slide.
The next slide is the capital budget for information technology, or the proposed 2022 capital budget for the information technology department.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. Just a question. I understand in the reorganization, the IT department is being moved. Is there any cost savings related to that reorganization choice?
Negative. This is Mark Dahl, IT director.
Then maybe just as a second question, if it's okay, can I then ask what the rationale and advantage to the reorganization of IT was, if not for cost savings?
Thank you for the question. This is Amy DeBoski, Municipal Manager. Through the Chair, Assemblymember Perez-Verdia, you remember the I team was housed in OECD. Through this reorganization, OECD goes away. So it was a component that needed a home, and a lot of their functions are similar and akin to what is happening in IT. So it was an alignment of strategic services. It was just the natural fit for the I team in IT.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. So looking at the CIP for next year, you know, I have a vague memory, and someone could totally tell me I'm wrong, but my impression is years ago we didn't maintain Peachtree with the annual upgrades and stuff like that to save money, and then it finally got unwieldy and we moved to SAP, and that is historic. I wanted to make sure that every year we have plans to keep SAP in particular updated so we don't run into that. But just looking at the CIP thing here, I see SAP management tools, nothing until 2023. Am I missing something?
No, the SAP management tools are in place for life cycling, the maintaining version control of each of the sub-modules, and we can produce that maintenance schedule. We are on track, and history has kind of shown over the last 2 years the noise from SAP has gone away due to the maintenance and the life cycling of the different versions and improving the different workflows within SAP. So it is not falling behind, is I guess the message I need to state.
Thank you. And for the record, that was Mark Dahl, Director of IT.
Thanks. And then one other question. So all of these funds in the CIP, they're in the other column. What is that other?
So that is a capital, this is Mark Dahl, Director of IT. That's capital improvements to existing either network or just life cycle of desktops.
Well, I'm looking at the cost. It's bonds, says year, bond, state, federal, other for source.
Others is master lease financing.
Oh, okay.
Did you hear that, Assemblymember Weddleton?
I did, and I think that means in English, short-term loans.
Thank you.
Right?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct. This is Mark Dahl speaking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There are no other members in the queue with questions, so we can go ahead and move on.
Thank you, IT.
Thank you.
The next department is Human Resources. Can we put it on pause for about 5 minutes, waiting for the department to arrive?
Sure. Ms. Bunzoff, did I understand correctly? You were asking for a 5-minute pause?
Yes, please.
Got it. We'll pause for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, we are back and we are here and ready whenever you're ready.
Hi, great, thanks. I believe we can go ahead and continue.
Thank you. The last slide for this work session is the Human Resources Department. There is one slide for the department, and it is the operating budget. The continuation changes include the known collective bargaining unit salaries and benefit adjustments. Then from continuation to proposed are included the transfer of the payroll division from information technology. And then after that are the proposed budget changes, which includes elimination of 2 payroll positions and an adjustment of funding sources for a retirement analyst position. And I'll leave it now for department questions to the department.
Thank you, Ms. Bonzoff. And first, I want to just confirm with our clerk's team that the recording is on.
Yes, the recording is on.
Great, thank you, Ms. Camacho. Mr. Peterson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few years ago, we actually transferred the payroll division over to information technology to try to help us with get on top of the payroll corrections problems we were having with SAP. And so since we're moving this department back into human resources, that must signal that we believe we have that problem completely under control, and that we don't really need to have everyone in the information technology department working on payroll so that there's better communication. Am I reading that correctly?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
So through the chair, Assemblymember Peterson, that is accurate. When this was in 2019, when central payroll was transferred, as you know, to IT, and that was to fix issues with SAP and improve the central payroll processes. Under the predecessor application, PeopleSoft ERP, central payroll averaged approximately 55 payroll corrections per pay period. Now, with all the fixes and the hard work that IT and payroll have done together, we're averaging about 15 payroll corrections per pay period. So less than a third what we had under our previous application. So most of those errors are also due to human errors. So we feel that we're in a place right now where it's appropriate to bring payroll processing back under the umbrella of human resources. We have conferred and discussed with IT and with payroll about that transition, and they were in agreement.
Okay, I just wanted to get that out in the open and make sure that everyone had noticed that we were going back, a couple of years after we moved them to the IT department. Anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, for the record, that was Nikki Shabaka, Director of Human Resources.
Great, thank you, Ms. Demboski. Next, Mr. Weddleton, and then Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. I have a question, but before that, I hope you threw a big party. That's really tremendous, getting those payroll corrections down. I'm curious, what is the Executive Health Care Committee that's on your that 32,000?
So through the chair, Member Weddleton, the Executive Health Care Committee advises our benefits group on matters related to healthcare. And so I don't know much else at this point in terms of what they do.
Okay, looks like they have some control over the budget, so I was curious. All right, thanks.
Madam Chair, if I might, Larry Baker is happy to give a little bit more information to Mr. Weddleton, if you'd like that.
Yes, please. Bosky, go ahead, Mr. Baker.
Madam Chair, Mr. Weddleton, this is a committee that is really critical within the HR department because it analyzes the trend lines and the use and of all the healthcare items and talks to the various providers and makes recommendations to HR. Since we are self-insured in particular, this is a very critical function of the HR department. It's been around for many years. I once served on it, as a matter of fact.
Well, so is this like people, just experts from the community, or is it something within
Yes, they talk to external experts within the healthcare community and look at our programs and make recommendations to us, along with our current carriers. So it's kind of a stand apart committee from the government, but it's within our process and you know, the people in the industry are keeping up all the time, and so they have their fingers on the pulse, and this is a valuable resource that is external to the government, with our executives sitting on this committee, and they advise us and whatnot. So it's a really important piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. It sounds like it fills a role like many of our boards and commissions, advisory groups. And is it within that network?
Yeah, it's not within the boards and commissions network, but it's a functionality of HR itself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Mr. Baker. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I wanted to circle back to where Mr. Peterson was going, and maybe we could just get a more full understanding of the elimination of these two positions, payroll director and payroll auditor. So if you could provide us sort of the justification for the elimination of these, and also, are these positions currently filled or are they not filled? Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Perez-Verdia. So through the chair, with respect to the payroll director position, it is not currently filled. What we were going to do is upgrade the payroll manager position. And we would eliminate the payroll director position since it's been vacant, and the payroll manager would be operating with me going forward to fulfill that function. The auditor position itself, that was created in response to SAP related grievances and the MLMP sale. And because the needs related to that function have declined substantially, the audit department is going to be able to operate effectively without filling that position, which is and has been for a while vacant.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, I guess that's maybe just a few, those are the positions. Can you just give me sort of generally what the justification for the elimination? You may have said it, but I guess I didn't fully get it.
So the justification for the auditor position, eliminating that one, is it's been vacant for a while, and it was created in response to the SAP related grievances and the MLMP sale. So those needs have declined substantially. Obviously, the MLMP sale has already been executed. The major SAP related grievances that led to creation of this position are no longer a factor, which is why they've had it vacant this whole time. They haven't really needed to fill it. So the position essentially at this point is superfluous. So hence the elimination of it. The payroll director position, those responsibilities can essentially be performed by the payroll manager and myself, basically functioning as a payroll director. So we don't see that position as a necessity at this juncture.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia and Mr. Shabaka. I don't see any other questions from members, so we can go ahead and move on.
Thank you to the HR department. That was the last slide that we had for this presentation. of the 2022 proposed budget. The next work session will be, as mentioned previously, next Friday, and we will present the remaining general government departments in the same manner we presented them the other day. Additionally, we will also present the utilities, enterprise, and ACDA budgets, the work sessions from 11 to 4, scheduled at this time. And that's all I have at this time.
Great. And just to close out, Marilyn, if you could go to the last slide. I want to say thank you to Desiree for putting in or I think she put it in the chat. If people are looking for the link to the budget itself, it can be found here on this slide. Or if you're following along, you can go into the chat, and Desiree put a link in the chat. So thank you on behalf of the administration. We appreciate it.
It's 11 to 110.
Oh, the budget is 11 to 110 on next Friday. 11 to 110?
Thank you, Ms. Lebowski. And thank you, Ms. Bonzoff. Mr. Weddleton is in the queue.
Yeah, just a question for administration. So as we go through this and consolidate some questions, and I think some have come up today, who should we send those to?
It would be great if you could send those directly to OMB. So if you send them to Marilyn Bonzoff, she will keep track of them, compile them, and we'll make sure we get answers to them.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you to Ms. Bonzoff and Ms. Demboski and the members of the administration for presenting today and for this discussion. I just wanted to go back to our next work session on Friday, the 29th, and I believe that one will be shortened. It will not go to 4 p.m. Is that correct, Ms. Bonzoff?
That is correct at this time. With the estimated times that we have for the remaining departments, we anticipate concluding the work session at 1:10. And I apologize, I'm uncertain on how to, if we should be adjusting the actual time that's already identified for the work session. But at this time, our schedule states that we should conclude by 1:10.
Okay, thank you. And I understand Ms. Camacho is actually working on that piece of it so that it will be updated on the schedule. And then I just want to note again for everybody that the first public hearing for the budget is this coming Wednesday, October 27th. The second public hearing will be November 9th. And for items 14A to 14J on Wednesday's agenda, it's my intent to open the public hearings for those items at 8 p.m. so that the public has a sense of when they might be able to testify. And then I also wanted to mention to members that work sessions are being actively scheduled by the clerk's office for some of the follow-up items such as the alcohol tax and the first responders. So those you should see showing up in your calendar soon. Otherwise, I think then we can go ahead and adjourn unless there are any final questions or comments from Assembly members. I'll pause for a moment. Okay, I don't see anybody. So again, thank you to members of the administration for the presentation today, and thank you to everyone for participating and for your time. Have a great weekend. We are adjourned.
Thank you.